Okay, good evening. This is Tuesday, February 21st, 2023, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. It's 5:30, and if the Board Secretary could please call the roll.
Mrs. Arvanites.
Here.
Mrs. Stufen.
Here.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Here.
Mrs. Troutman. Here. Mrs. Caforio.
Here. We have 5 board members present, 2 absent, and if I could have a motion to go into closed session.
I move that the board, these are super loud, moved into closed session for the purposes of appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1, the placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. 5 ILCS 122C10, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent. 5 ILCS 122C11, discussions of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06, 5 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second. Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes?
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins? Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. The board will go into closed session. Okay, good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, February 21st, 2023 regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here in District 205 Center. We have all 7 board members present. The board has been in closed session since 5:30 for the items listed on the agenda. At this time, I would ask that we stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we're going to begin with the best part of the meeting, which is our spotlights and recognitions. So I'd like to begin with our high school students, the Illinois Music Educators Association. If they could come up and stand in the middle. All of you ILMEA students, you can, I know you're there, just come up here, stand in the middle. Mrs. Arvanites is going to recognize you.
It's a lot of fun. Yes. Yes, would you like to introduce first, or would you like, did you plan? Sure.
I don't leave home without a script. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Patrick Baker. I'm the Director of Arts, PE, and Health for District 205, and it's an honor and a privilege to be with you this evening as we celebrate the accomplishments of some of our outstanding high school student musicians. Thank you for giving me the opportunity just to say a few words about their special accomplishments. The Illinois Music Education Association sponsors festivals in 9 districts across the state of Illinois, as well as a combined all-state festival. We belong to District 1, which is among the most competitive of the districts across the state. The students before you have prepared, auditioned, and were selected from among thousands of their peers across the state of Illinois to be placed as a performer in one of the highly selective all-state ensembles, or to be honored for the excellence of their original compositions and performances. These are not small accomplishments. We commend each of them for their tenacious work ethic, their commitment to their artistry. Each of them has done an excellent job representing themselves, their ensemble, their teachers, their school, District 205, and the entire Elmhurst community. On behalf of the York Performing Arts Department, we extend our proudest congratulations to each and every one of you. Finally, thanks to our board, to our district administrators, to the families of our students, and to our community for their ongoing support of our award-winning music program. This would not be possible without your continued commitment to music education here in Elmhurst. Thank you all and have a wonderful evening.
Well, thank you. And thanks for the kind words. You said it all. I don't have much to do other than read, but I do want to say thank you. What a gift it is to have you and your talent and your commitment and dedication to this program. And boy, has it paid off with this award here tonight and your continued engagement in the program. I'll say personally, every time I hear you all play, whether it's instrument, district choral, concert, it's like music therapy, and just I'm in awe every time. So congratulations. And congratulations to your parents. What a big moment for you too. With that, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas the Illinois Music Educators Association competitions are considered the most prestigious statewide student recognition program in music education, and whereas every year thousands of students from schools across the greater Chicagoland area audition for the honor of being selected for the Illinois Music Education Association All-District Band, Chorus, Orchestra, and Jazz Band. And whereas this program recognizes some of the best musicians in the state of Illinois and rewards excellence on the part of the individual students while encouraging further music study and artistry. And whereas the following students were selected for the all-state ensembles: Samuel Deverman, Orchestra and French Horn; Julian Dominguez, Honors Jazz Band, Jazz Tenor Sax; Ryan Felice, Honors Chorus, Tenor 2; Evan Hartlage, Band and Euphonium; Zihana Liu, Orchestra Violin; Colin Mahoney, Band, Bass Clarinet; Isabella Nichols, Honors Orchestra, Double Bass; Mac Olson, Honors Band, Trumpet; Quinn Olson, Honors Orchestra, Cello; Amarin Sharma, orchestra violin, Alyssa Poli, composition, Wes Chrissinger, composition, and Lauren Capuno, composition. Whereas Dear Valentine, a student musician group, received the honor of being selected to perform at the conference. The following students are members of Dear Valentine: Lauren Capuno, Charisse Campos, Anissa Connor, Leah Thomas, and Andre Galvao. Whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York Community High School and District 205 in the community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and faculty members of the York Performing Arts Division: William Ernst, Christopher Gemkow, Rebecca Marianetti, Ray Ostwald, Michael Pavlik, and the entire D205 music faculty for this outstanding accomplishment. Congratulations. We're gonna have you wait right there and take a photo with Dr. Campbell. Parents, feel free to step up if you'd like to take the photo also.
You're welcome. Welcome.
Congrats to all the students, and just thank you to all the parents and the teachers that support our students to help them along as they achieve these things, because we know it takes a lot of parent support and great leaders in our building, so thank you. All right, next item is the Fisher Elementary School Spotlight. So Principal Villa, somewhere, there she is. I think she's got some little Fisher students. Yeah, there we are. All right. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Basha Adwin, and I'm in 4th grade at Fisher. A couple weeks ago, I was asked, what is your favorite part about the dual language program? And I answered, in my opinion, the best part about the dual program is that I have the opportunity to learn a new language. I know that it will only help me in the future, and that some people don't have this opportunity. Finally, thanks to this program, I am well on my way to become trilingual. Ahora en español. Hola, me llamo Basha Advent y estoy en 4º grado en Fisher. Unas semanas antes, alguien me preguntó, para ti, ¿qué es la mejor parte del programa dual? Y yo respondí, en mi opinión, la mejor parte del programa dual es que tengo la oportunidad de aprender un lenguaje nuevo. Yo sé que solo va a ayudar a mí en el futuro y que muchos niños y adultos no tienen esa oportunidad. Finalmente, gracias a este programa, estoy en el camino correcto a ser trilingüe. now in Polish. Dobry wieczór, nazywam się Basia Advent, chodzę do czwartej klasy szkoły imienia Conrad Fisher. Parę tygodni temu zapytano mnie, co najbardziej lubię w dwujęzycznym programie w naszej szkole. Lubię najbardziej to, że mam możliwość uczyć się w dwóch językach. Wiem, że może mi to bardzo pomóc w przyszłości i że dużo dzieci nie ma takiej możliwości. Dzięki temu programowi jestem na dobrej drodze, żeby mówić w 3 językach. So you might also be wondering, was it hard for me when I started Duo? Well, it was challenging, but because I learned Polish at home and at Polish school, it had helped me a lot. And thanks to learning Polish at home and at Polish school, and also being in Duo has helped me learn the history of Poland, the USA, and some Hispanic countries. Thank you for having me tonight. I wish you all a good night and dziękuję, thank you, gracias.
Oh, that was amazing.
Can I get a picture with you?
Yeah. Can you come up here? Take a little picture and then.
I just have to say, as amazing as that was, we have so many talented high schoolers sitting in this audience, and they were in awe. I mean, they were just like, what? It was so amazing.
So thank you. Thank you for having us tonight, and just that little example of what Fisher is about and how proud we are. And Fisher is not about only our dual program, but many other things. So we're celebrating Fisher today, but there are many other things at Fisher that we could celebrate. So thank you again for having us. We have a very small presentation for you, and this is our philosophy. And the point of the dual program is to make sure that our children leave District 205 being very biliterate, bicultural, and bilingual. Basha is an example of a polyglot, and we have several children that speak more than 2 languages at Fisher. But the main purpose of our program is to make sure that our children are exposed to the world in a way that they are very accepting, they are very knowledgeable of other cultures, and that they welcome everybody that comes to their path. This is kind of our language allocation. So these are our subjects and our language allocations at Fisher. For some of you that don't know a lot about the dual program, kinder starts with 80% in Spanish, 20% in English. First grade is the same. Then second grade moves to 70% in Spanish, 30% in English. Then third grade is 60-40, and fourth grade and fifth grade is 50-50. And you can see the allocations of each language. So throughout the years, they are exposed to both languages in many subjects. Our units of study, they talk about one concept, and then they develop the concept in reading, in social studies, and in science. So the children don't just learn one thing for reading, it's skill for reading. They apply it also in social studies and in science. This is a small group of our staff at Fisher. Mostly our staff is bilingual. So this is just a little sample of them. And I think, Rudy, you have something to show us?
¿Cuál es tu parte favorita del programa dual? My favorite part is everything. My favorite part of dual is everything because I like everything, and so that when I grow up, I can talk 2 languages with more people, and I can also choose more jobs. What's your favorite part? Mi parte favorita del programa dual es que puedo aprender español y hablar con muchas personas. Gianmarco, ¿cuál es tu parte favorita del programa dual? Mi My favorite part of the dual language is that I can understand both languages and I can understand what each word means in both languages. I can also understand the cognates like language, lenguaje. What's your favorite part of dual language? En mi opinión, la parte mejor del programa dual es la opción de aprender un nuevo idioma. Yo sé que solo va a ayudar a mí en el futuro y que algunas personas no tienen esa oportunidad. Ahora, gracias a el programa dual, soy trilingüe. Hablo inglés, español y polaco. What's your favorite part of the dual program? A mí me gusta el programa dual porque yo puedo hablar en inglés y ahora en español. Y porque mi mamá y mi papá son veganas. ¿Cuál es tu parte favorito? I like the dual program because I can learn and play with my friends in English and in Spanish. Melanie, ¿cuál es su parte favorito del programa dual? I like the program because I want to read in different languages. Why do you like it? Mi parte favorito del programa dual es matemáticas porque quiero aprenderla en inglés y en español.
So as you can see, you saw a first grader, a group of first graders, and then second graders, third graders, and Basha that is fourth grade with her teammate. And you could see the development of the language throughout the years. But you can see also how fluent they are in both languages. It's wonderful. So some updates from our numbers at school right now. So this is our enrollment for every grade level. So we have 5 grade levels for now. Next year we'll do 5th grade. And then the population for each grade level. We were wondering ourselves why we have so many children that are English speaking in the lower grades. We think that we are having more children coming to our school from other places, not just from the whole district, but in Fisher that speak English that like the program. So they're choosing to be in the dual program. And then the next steps that we're having is we're having the survey for the review of the program. It has already been in place. And we are doing, today actually, we had a presentation at the library, and we'll have another one next week. And also the plan that will be developed from the review will be shared with you, and then you'll make the next steps for the program. But we are very proud of having dual at Fisher. We're very proud of having dual for our district. And I would like to say that dual you saw the staff, some of the pictures, some of the people in the picture. Dual is not just the teachers that teach dual. We have our secretary here, Mrs. Rodriguez, and we have Mrs. Follier, one of our 4th grade teachers. So yes, being bilingual is very important at Fisher, but what makes Fisher important is all the people that work and are at Fisher. That includes not only the staff, but also our parents, and some are here. And they are a very big advocate of our program. And also, of course, the children. Those are the people who really represent our efforts every single day. And they come to school very happy, and they go home very happy. So thank you. Thank you for having us. One last thing that I wanted to say. So for Dr. Cardona, our Secretary of Education, he, I guess, read our mind from 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. because we have a superpower at Fisher. You know, our logos are everywhere saying that we have a superpower being bilingual. And that's exactly what he said this year when he addressed the nation. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that some of you've gotten up there to see it, but it's really fun to see it in action, and really grateful for all the teachers for your effort in the classrooms to make that happen for our kids, so thanks. Okay, we are down to our last spotlight, which is the York Student Leadership Update. So if you guys want to come to the podium, that would be great. And just introduce yourselves, and promise we don't bite.
Sorry to disappoint, this presentation is only in English and will seem very unimpressive after that. I'm Avery Kendrick. I'm student body president at York, and I'm also involved in our art, music, dance, and drama programs, as well as a few clubs, including Fashion Club and NHS.
Well, good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Nathan Thukadabiapu, and I have the great honor and privilege to be the president of the National Honor Society at York. And some of the extracurriculars I'm involved in is Model UN, Principal Student Advisory Committee, Freshman Mentoring, and a few others. But I am glad to be here, and thank you for having us again.
Hey everyone, I'm Nate. I led our student section at York, and I also participated in King of the Couch, and then I just seemed to be here because I really like York, so yeah.
Okay, so we are all members of our student leadership team at York, and our job is to really bridge the gap between administration and students. We've been meeting continuously with each other through the past few months, and we're really trying to create that unity and communication with our administration and all be on the same page. We've brought together a lot of different members of different organizations and groups at York and been able to explore a lot of different perspectives and see a lot of new things throughout our building and school community. And our main goals are really promoting this climate of respect, as well as really reminding people and encouraging people to be proud of our school and showing our community what it means to be part of York. This quote is from a student statement that we put out a few months ago, and that was kind of like our first step at really unifying everyone and trying to use our voices as students to be able to bring up the issues that we wanted to discuss and kind of bring us on this path of things that we want to create change in. So we have worked with a lot of different groups and clubs at our school, including Best Buddies. The president of our Best Buddies chapter is part of our team, and he's helped us get involved with National Disability Awareness Month, which is going to be next month in March. Starting on March 1st, we're going to be partnered up with the Spread the Word Inclusion organization. We're going to have YTV announcements and work with the Stop the R Word campaign, as well as celebrating days like World Down Syndrome Day. And then March 13th through March 17th is going to be our Kindness Week, which is really dedicated towards community and inclusivity. And we're going to have events like selling shirts and handing out stickers that you see up there. So now Nathan is going to talk about some events that we have planned for that week.
So, going off of what Avery said, is one of the foundational principles of this group is to make sure that we promote that climate of respect, inclusivity among York Community High School, because many say it's York High School, but we do sometimes forget that we are York Community High School. This is York. We are a community, and that is one of the foundational things that we pride ourselves on and that we as a group wanted to bring forward. So obviously on March 21st, we'll have Rock Your Socks Day, which will have a Spirit Day at York, but we'll also have Kindness Week. And with Kindness Week is where we are just exactly like it sounds, we are going to be spreading kindness. So Throughout the entirety of the week, Monday, March 13th to Friday, March 17th, we are going to have various activities. So starting before school, we're going to have our marching band perform on Monday and Friday. We're going to have a morning welcoming committee. So if you've ever been to York during homecoming week, we always have our King of the Couch groups just standing outside welcoming people. And we're going to have our clubs and our activities and staff divisions outside welcoming, high-fiving students, welcoming them in. And that's one of my favorite parts. So hopefully we'll be able to do it for Kindness Week as well. And if it's too cold, we'll push it in right inside the doors and it'll work fine as well. But we're also going to have a kindness announcement quote from famous individuals throughout history and modern times that will be over the PA at 7:40 a.m. when first period bell rings, and that's going to be every single day. And we'll have a kindness promotional YTV announcement go out. And on Monday and Tuesday during our lunch periods, we're going to have a staff thank you note station during our lunch, because our District 205 staff, and especially our York Community High School staff, it is not easy to teach high schoolers, especially seniors at this point in the year who are probably checked out. So we are going to have an opportunity for them to basically write a thank you, and we'll send those out to their teacher mailboxes during the end of this week to make sure that they know they're appreciated. We're also going to have students throughout one of their classes basically sign a commitment that's saying, I am committed to being kind in York, and various other statements, and that is going to be our kindness chain. And with that kindness chain, with that slip of paper, we're going to loop it together, and we're going to build a long loop of everyone in the school, and we're going to hang that up in the comments to represent our community. We're also going to have a bubble kind wall. We're going to do, we're planning and considering doing a movie on the field with playing the film of Wonder. We are going to do a school cleanup because our custodians, they are working hard, and it is not easy to clean up York High School. If you've seen the size of it, it looks like a mini college campus. So we are going to see if we can help them as much as possible. We're going to do appreciation things for our custodians, our hall monitors, our aides, and on that Friday is our school pep rally, which is one of my favorite things throughout the entirety of the school year. And at our pep rally, we are exploring the option of having a guest speaker. So Board of Education, members of the District 205 administration, if you guys have any suggestions about a guest speaker, please reach out to us. We are exploring our options, and we are excited to dive deep into that. And this is our Kindness Week, promoting inclusivity, promoting the community, promoting kindness, because that is what York is, and that is what we are showcasing throughout this week. So next, we're going to kind of talk about after Kindness Week and after March, and I'm going to hand it off to Nate Stenton.
So one of our major things through talking was our middle school. So in our middle schoolers, I feel like everyone just thinks it's a separate thing. Like, this is Bryan, this is Sandburg, this is Churchville. The minute they go into York, it's like, I went to Bryan and refused to be friends with the Churchville kid, etc. So then that whole it doesn't always work out when you're a freshman, especially you're like, I'm not part of York, blah, 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 blah. So what we want to do is we want to bring York seniors and juniors down to the middle schoolers and actually show them what it's like to be a Duke, because honestly, when I was in middle school compared to now, I have a much different interpretation of what it means. And it's a lot better, and I'd like them to see that. That's that's the first thing. So we want to go down there, show them what it means to be friends with everyone and stuff like that. That's what it means. And then the second thing is a letter to a future Duke. So what we want to have is our NHS students write letters down, and we're going to have this happen in May, I think. We're going to have them all write down to the middle schoolers who are incoming to help them with common worries, help them with welcoming them, our favorite teachers, etc. People that they can look after and talk to, because for me, I eventually found someone that I'm close with at York, but it's important to have teachers and friends, and helping with that stepping point was really important. Also, we're implementing a Special Olympics track team at York, which I think is extremely cool. Because, first of all, if you've gone to a Special Olympics basketball team, it's better than the real basketball team. Let's just be honest. I mean, it's so ecstatic. Everyone is so loud. It is one of the most fun events you'll ever go to. So I'm really excited for the track team. And on top of that, we're hoping to do a few more things. But that's all we have for now. So thank you.
And one thing we do want to reiterate is even though we have some plans here, that this group, we are continuously meeting, we are thinking of new ideas, and we are going to continue to make new ideas, and hopefully we can execute them. So one last time, thank you so much, Board of Education, District 205 administration, for your continued support and commitment to York High School. We look forward to continuing to work with you. If you ever have questions or ideas, please reach out to us. We love ideas. We want to hear new ideas. We want to do new things at York. So thank you once again. And we appreciate your support. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Actually, I mean, I feel like I want you to come back at every board meeting and speak because you're so inspiring. And just thank you for being the light in York High School. So thank you so much. Very good. Well, okay. Well, that was awesome. So thank you to the administration that helped all the students get here and help make that happen. So, all right, next on the agenda is public comments. Are there any public comments?
There are no public comments.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Hold on one sec.
Just give your first and last name.
My first name is Elizabeth. My last name is Neal. Thank you. I am the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Board Officer for the Elmhurst branch of the American Association of University Women. And I'm here today to say that I support our teachers. I support professionalism in making decisions about curriculum. And I am so pleased by the floor show tonight. I'm so delighted that you are having a kindness week. I hope that we, as a community and in our school system, are celebrating the virtues of diversity and very much emphasizing the fact that we need to treat each other with respect at school, at our board meetings, in every sphere of our lives. So I'm so delighted, and I thank you. And I did just want to mention that when I held a program on diversity terms for our branch last year. A woman I didn't know dropped in on the program. She said she had been a teacher at Churchville, and she expressed her concern about sexual harassment of young people. And I certainly experienced this when I was in junior high here in Elmhurst, and I think it's a tremendously important issue. I don't think there's perhaps a simple solution, but I hope that you will keep this in your thoughts, and I hope our teachers will too. I would like to see school become a sexual harassment-free zone. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay. All right. We have no one else, so we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is approval of board meeting minutes. Item A, approval of regular board meeting minutes, January 17th, 2023. Were there any changes to those minutes? Okay, they stand as presented. And approval of closed session minutes, January 17th, 2023. There are no changes to those. They stand as presented. All right, reports and presentations. Tonight is a good taste of all the board's work. We're going to talk about academics, which we've been doing for pretty much every meeting in the last year and a half. Facilities, we're going to do policy, finance, etc. So, and the strategic plan. So, let's get started. Results from district assessments from the latest MAP testing. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Campbell, or?
Yes, it will be me. So tonight, our team is going to share our most recent winter NWEA and MAP assessments. Our agenda for this evening is really first and foremost to just reorientate ourselves to what NWEA MAP assessment is, and then to show, I just remembered, I do have a clicker. I'm driving. Got it. Because I was looking like, why isn't this slide turning? So, nope, I'm driving. I got it. So our agenda for this evening is a reorientation to the NWEA MAP assessment. And then we're going to really quickly look at results by grade level and demographic groups, and then share the growth that we're seeing from over time, specifically our winter to winter. But the most exciting part of this is really to share how this data and how this information is being utilized at the school level. So as we know, here in District 205, we have a mission to educate, to engage, and to empower our students. And that work is done through various values that have been outlined in our strategic plan with the aspirational goal that our students do what? You all know it, graduate ready for college, career, and life. That was my cue for you all to kind of chime in here. That is our why, but within that, we have some strategic priorities that have outlined the how. How are we going to attend to that work? And as I shared at our last committee of the whole meeting on February 8th, that these strategies are interconnected, and there are several aspects with underneath these individual strategies that connect to one another, that really allow us to attend to the work. I wanted to also just briefly kind of ground us in this idea that in our committee of the whole meeting, we also shared, because there's a lot of conversation about how are schools performing, how is the district performing. We recognize that COVID and the pandemic, there was a huge disruption to the learning process, and we know that that impacted students in different ways, even across age ranges. And so here in District 205, we were able to work with ECRA to really look at our data as a district as it compares to all districts within and across the state of Illinois. And from that, we saw that our data, our district is performing at 90% or better than all districts throughout the state of Illinois. So we are in the top 10% of Illinois based on, this is a combination of IAR as well as SAT combined. We saw that there was a positive movement in our district percentile change. So where we were at in 2019, in kind of, if you think about all of the districts put in lined up based on percentile, we as a district actually grew 2 percentage points from our position for math, and then a total of 9 points in our position for ELA. And also with that, we saw and looked at, and all of this was shared at our last committee of the whole meeting, where we saw that we're actually nearing the percentage of students performing proficient in ELA in last year, at the end of last year in 2022, comparatively speaking, to where our students were performing pre-pandemic in 2019. We saw some significant growth in our ELA growth percentile, which we will speak a little bit about tonight, where we saw an increase on our state standardized test, an increase of 44 points from 2019 to 2022 as a growth indicator. And for math in its totality, we saw an increase of 8 points from 2019 to 2022. So these are just highlights that it's important for our community to know and to be aware of, and I'm just having this on repeat for us to continue to share. With that, we also recognize that there's still some areas of growth. So even though we are performing in the top 10% of all districts across the state of Illinois, we saw that in 2022, last year, we're about 4.5% marginal difference in our students' proficiency for math. And hence, we've been talking about it, and I really appreciate the Board of Education support and really in delving deeply into our current math review that's underway. We also saw that in 2022, we were 2.7% below where we were with our high school four-year graduation rate. And then we also saw a 2.1% below for our attendance rate, comparing to our 2019, where we were in 2019. So these are all data points that we have just shared previously, and just I think it's important for us to share those again. So grounding ourselves in our NWEA map, this is one of our formative assessments that we give 3 times a year. It is computer-based, it is adaptive, so therefore no 2 students will see the same question. Based on how a student answer, the test then actually regulates and then will maybe provide a harder question if that gets that right, or they will provide a question to adapt based on, to try to really find out where that optimal zone of proximal development is for a student and where they are performing. We also know that NWEA MAP assessment is aligned to our state and national assessments. So there are opportunities, and we'll talk about that in terms of the identification of a student's proficiency in a moment of time. That's aligned also to our IAR as well as our SAT. Some commonly used terms that you will hear is a RIT score, and a RIT score really shows what that student's achievement is at that given moment. And so you will hear us talk about a student's achievement. That, again, is that point in time measure to evaluate how well students perform against this standard assessment. And then you will hear us also mention this idea of the achievement percentile. And so the achievement percentile allows for a student's score to give it a norm reference, so you are able to identify and understand how that student in that particular time is performing comparable to other students within that norm group. So for example, if a student with a percentile rank of 72 is scored as well or better than 72% of comparable students in that particular norm group. Another item that you will hear terminology is the growth. And so the growth is really measuring just that. How did the students progress over time. And NWEA also has an actual projected growth. So based on how a student performs at a particular time, based on that RIP point, there's some estimations and some assumptions made about the typical expected growth matching peers within that NWEA norm study. So I just wanted to briefly kind of go over some of that terminology. You've seen this, and we've worked on making sure that it was color-coded, Ms. Troutman, to ensure that we stay consistent with that. So when we talk about the percentiles, you will see in the next few slides, we're going to refer to the percentiles. Those percentiles will still align to the color. So when you see kind of that burgundy deep red, we're within the 1st to 20th percentile, which really signifies that there's still some very intentional, target, intensive support that's really needed. And so when we talk about how we layer our support, you hear us oftentimes mention the terminology of Tier 1 instruction. That's kind of like our core instruction that all students receive. And so then within there, we might hear us use the terminology Tier 2. So that means that we're now moving into where a student is within the low to average range, which is in that 21st to 40th percentile range, where that student might need a little bit of additional support. So in addition to the whole group instruction that's happening in Tier 1, that student might be pulled out into a small group and provided some more targeted small group intervention during, if they're falling within that percentile range. And then you get to the gray, which is our 41st to 60th percentile, which is our average range, and then the green is the 61st to 80th percentile, and then obviously the high range is within the 81st and 99th percentile. And so when we look at these color code, we know here we're able to kind of see how in the next few slides where our students are landing as a entire student population, and then we're also going to look at some of our subgroups as it relates to these various percentile buckets. So at this time, given that context, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague who is going to share a couple and talk through just a couple of slides. We like to call these the donuts. I don't know why we have coined this phrase that in some of our data representation and graphs, we call these the donuts. And so I'm going to ask Dr. Rubenstein to first walk us through a couple of donuts that is representative of our winter 2023 results.
People are very excited about donuts all the time. Yeah. So on the next slide, what we are going to be looking at here is the percentage of students at each percentile on the NWEA MAP math assessment. And so some things that I would instantly point out to you is that our students actually do really well. You can see that we actually divided it up into two different buckets at all ranges, but really at the top, one thing that I will point out to you is that we have about 19.2% of our students who are performing in the 91st to 99th percentile. So that is sort of a statistical anomaly when you look at other districts across the area and across the state to have around 20% of your students performing at that high level, and then another around 15% of our students performing in the 81st to 90th percentile. So really, really strong percentage of our students performing at a really, really high level, and that would be on track to earn probably a level 5 on the Illinois Assessment of Readiness. Then as we move into the green areas there with those two percentages of the donut, 13.6% and 11.3% of our students respectively. In the 11.3%, and then as we move into the 10% range in the gray area, those are the students that are sort of on the bubble for us. Those are the students that we are going to be watching their growth intensively and really making sure that they are making appropriate growth and that they are staying or growing really quite a bit support so that they can actually achieve and grow to where they need to be. And so that's something that we keep an eye on. Something that really sticks out to me when I look at this donut graph here is that we have about 10.3% of our students in the first through 20th percentile in that red area. And when you look over on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see that the numbers would actually work out to be around 2/3 of the students in that red area overall would be students with IEPs, students from EL backgrounds, and students from free and reduced lunch backgrounds. And so that's an area that we are continuing to work on and making sure that we are moving the needle there and supporting those students appropriately. So really, over on the left-hand side of the screen, as you look at the free and reduced lunch, the EL students and their performance on the NWEA map math, and then the students with IEPs, you can sort of see a heat map of where our students are currently and where they need to go. On the next slide there, you can see actually where our students are at in reading. And so very, very similar results with really high performance of students in that 91st and 99th percentile, and a similar number of students, about 18.8% of our students performing in the 81st to 90th percentile. So really something that we have a lot to be proud of for our students. And as we look over to the left-hand side, something that really sticks out to me, again, is that our students with disabilities and our EL students and our students from free and reduced lunch backgrounds are really probably overrepresented in that red area in the 1st through 20th percentile. So we really have a lot of work to focus on there and make sure that they are growing and learning appropriately, and especially in the area of reading. Dr. Campbell talked before about, on the next slide, about how our students compare. And something that I really want to calibrate on with the board here is the meaning of percentiles. I really want to make sure that you understand this. When we say that our kindergartners are performing at the 82nd percentile, that does not mean that they got only 82% of the questions correct. That means that our kindergartners, our average kindergartner, is performing as well or better than 82% of the kindergartners who took the test in the normative sample. And that normative sample is about 1 million kids across the country. So it's a pretty wide demographic sample, and our students are performing really quite well on that normative sample. Similarly, something that's important to point out, since I know that Mr. Collins and Mrs. Stufin always ask, how did we compare year over year? Where were our students last year? And how do we do that? And since we've given this test in the winter, year over year, we can now answer that question. So the numbers that are in bold and underlined are the numbers that either went up or stayed the same. And we actually had 8 out of the 9 grade levels went up by a point, sometimes 2 points, sometimes 3 points, or stayed the same. And so that's something that we're really proud of, that our students are actually growing year over year. So we looked at the kindergarten score, from the average kindergarten score for last year, where it was, and I think it was at 159 last year, and where it is this year, and this year it's at 160. So our students year over year are growing, and that is something really that is to be celebrated. On that next slide, on the green slide, we're looking at the same thing in the area of reading. And again, our students are hitting it out of the park. Really, when we are looking at the average 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, performing as well or better than about 70% of the students across the country. And so that's something that is really to be celebrated. Something to point out here is that when NWEA does some of their normed assessments, and they are really trying to calibrate with the Illinois Assessment of Readiness, one of the things that they really point back to is that in order to be well prepared for the Illinois Assessment of Readiness, a student needs to be probably at around the 70th percentile, somewhere in the, they say they call it the 60th to 80th percentile to be on track for a level 4. What we know from looking at our own internal data, that it really needs to be on track at the 70th percentile. And so our students are really on track to do that across the board, and that's something that is really exciting. So I'm going to turn it back over to my colleague, Dr. Campbell, who's going to talk about some of the growth that our students have made year over year from winter to winter.
So since the last 2 years, we have engaged in a comprehensive assessment system, which included going back to providing and giving our NWEA MAP assessment 3 times during the year. And so since we have some consistent data from last year, giving it 3 iterations, and then this year also giving 3 iterations, we thought it was important for us to look at what the projected growth was based on the norm reference data that NWEA and MAP provides, and where did our students actually fall. So on this particular graph, we're moving away from the donuts, and we're going back to our bar graph. The bar graph shows what our actual student growth was for each of our grade levels. So if you start on the left side is the first grade, and then going all the way over to your right side, which is our 8th graders, that bar represents the average growth that happened from last year winter when they took the NWEA MAP to this particular winter. And so that number at the top of the bar, so if you can look at for our first grader, you will see that number being 17. So the average projected growth from last winter to this winter for our first graders across the district resulted in 17 points. What you will see with that dotted line, that green line, is what actually was projected. So based on our average RIT and where our students landed last winter, NWA and their calculations provided in a projection. So what we can see here in this graph is that first and second grade, we didn't quite meet the projected growth threshold, but then we can see that within some of our other grades, not only did we meet it, but we surpassed it. So this is looking specifically at our MAP growth from winter to winter. The next graph will show this same articulation but for reading. So what was the projected? Our students, the bar was actually the average growth that was made by those grade levels. And as you can see, the lower the grade, the more room there is in the expectation of growth and learning that's taking place. And that shifts as we get into our middle school grades, obviously. And so what you can see here is that then we are looking at the bars, what our actual growth, as well as then what the projected growth was here based on where our students performed last winter and then where they ended up this particular winter. What I'm really, really excited about when it comes to this data is that we're looking at it at a very, very, very high macro level. But the real power of data is really digging in and asking questions. And what I'm so proud about with our current administration team and our current school teams is that all of this data, we're showing you roll up district-wide. And that's across our entire 1st through 8th graders. But school teams are being led through very deep data analysis and are facilitating very rich conversations in our PLCs with groups of teachers, our administrators, that really drill down to the power which happens at the classroom. And guess what? even more at the individual student level. And so later on, I'm going to have my colleague, actually, she might be up next, that's going to share and give you a little glimpse of how we take this data that's right here all the way at the high part, because the question now doesn't become, well, what's the implications for instruction? We can't look at this particular graph and get what the implications of for instruction are, but guess what? We are leading our teams through that, and we have a little brief example to show you what that actually looks like. I'm now going to ask my colleague, Ms. Lyons, to just give a little bit of background and insight into a new part of the assessment. So going back to this comprehensive assessment suite, one of the things our administration looked at was what's the needs, where and how can we best identify needs earlier on and provide the necessary interventions and support to help bring students up. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Lyons to speak to how that plays with our NWEA MAP reading fluency.
Sure, and we can go to the next slide. Thank you for that setup. So for students in grades K to 2 who perform below the 30th percentile on MAP growth, District 205 educators, we've historically administered additional assessments to gather data and gain insight into a student's literacy proficiency. This year, District 205 adopted a coherent approach in grades K to 2 and used the MAP reading fluency assessment to gain this additional information. Just a brief overview, MAP reading fluency is an assessment of reading used to measure oral reading fluency, literal comprehension, and foundational reading skills. Teachers, reading specialists, EL teachers, and special educators, as Dr. Campbell mentioned, use this data gained from the MAP reading fluency assessment to plan for targeted follow-up instruction based on each child's zone of proximal development in the progression of phonological awareness, phonics, and word recognition. Additionally, just something to note is that we have also partnered with NWEA this year to provide a 3-part professional learning series that has really focused on, with our reading specialists and EL teachers, on identifying trends in early reading of our students using this MAP reading fluency data, comparing the similarities and differences in the academic needs for our groupings of students, and comparing grade level expectations to early reading development levels. And most importantly, really our focus has been to align instructional practices with evidence of early reading development to meet the academic needs of our students. We will also meet this spring as we analyze all of the multiple sources of reading data that we've utilized this year to reflect on our student progress, especially for our most vulnerable readers who have showcased reading difficulties, to ensure that we have made that adequate progress, and that we will also inform instructional decisions leading into next year, which will also include the development that teachers will need to target our students' particular needs. So moving into the next slide, you can hit it twice. This is just a quick snapshot of how we've used this tool to really identify students both by their name and by their need. And so what you'll see here is our fluency data from the fall as well as from the winter, and the percentage of students who were identified at risk. So again, the students that took the reading fluency assessment were students in grades K to 2 that scored below the 30th percentile on MAP growth. So they were already identified as students who will require intervention and intensive support. This reading fluency assessment then provided additional data and resources for our teachers to work with our students who were identified at risk and really target those supports. And so we are seeing growth with that group of students, and we will continue to monitor their progress this year. And I'm going to pass it back over to Dr. Campbell to continue to talk about what's happening and what is next in terms of our analysis of our MAP data at the school level.
So our building teams have all began to dig really deeply into this MAP data at the building level, as well as the grade level and teacher level and individual student level. Building leaders have facilitated actual data reviews with their teams to celebrate the growths, create targeted action plans, and determine next steps to respond to the student data. One useful tool that all building leaders have utilized is what you actually see on the screen with our quadrant report. This report provides a visual representation of the range of students' growth, percentile, and achievement percentile. So just to provide an overview of the report, the dots that you see in the orange quadrant are students who demonstrated low achievement and high growth. The students in the pink quadrant are students who demonstrated low achievement and low growth. And then the students in the yellow quadrants are students who demonstrated high achievement and low growth. And the students in the green quadrants are students who demonstrated both high achievement and high growth. The power behind each of those individual dots is that there is a student name. And so even in looking at this data, there are a number of different ways that our school teams analyze NWEA map data, including by content area, student subgroups, gender groups. School leaders analyze the data in the quadrant report to really evaluate which particular grade levels students are making progress and or where there could continue to be opportunities for improvement. That's the exciting part about this information. Our amazing school leaders then lead these school-based data meetings in which the school-level data is analyzed. Teachers create action plans based on these 4 questions. And here are the questions. What students are demonstrating high growth in your classroom? Which students are demonstrating lower growth in your classroom? Are there commonalities between students in each of the quadrants? And how do we challenge students in our lower left quadrant? Additionally, school leaders and teachers triangulate the NWEA math growth data with other additional data sources that might be collected from their curriculum embedded assessments to ensure that the strategic and targeted action plan is both providing opportunity for improvement in instruction for whole group and small group instruction. And so our district has long utilized the NWEA map assessments for students in our elementary and middle schools to develop various intervention groups, to fine-tune instruction, to really progress monitor students' progress and review the progress of students over time. As we have prioritized utilizing this data and this information to continue to meet the needs of our students, leaders have dug deeper into this data and analyzed how they can utilize this assessment to understand, right, these both aspects of student growth as well as student achievement from a building, classroom, and individual student support perspective. In the coming weeks, we will explore additional connections between this assessment, our Student of Journey of Excellence framework, so that we can continue to provide our families with a strong picture of how their students are performing. And then we can also provide our building leader and teachers with accurate portrayal of their students that are on track for performance as it relates to our strategic plan. As our board president mentioned, and I thought that it was helpful to just really understand that this presentation is just one of several presentations in terms of how the Board of Education and the administration is monitoring the progress for our student success. And so beginning all the way in September 27th of 2022, we shared with our board as well as our community what our focus areas are. We provided a presentation that shared what our instructional focus were for our 2 core content areas, both being ELA and math. We also provided systems of support of how we were going to attend to that, as well as include the aspects of our student improvement planning process to make sure that there is alignment with our district level goals, with our focus, and how that lands within each and every building. Then we went on to October 18th at the board meeting, and we were able to share our results from our district assessments at that time, which was the NWA MAP for K-8 fall of 2022. At our October 26th Board of Education meeting, this specifically was our committee of the whole meeting. That's where we spent time looking at our state and national assessments, and we did that within the framework of not only school improvement planning, but also looking at how we were going to move forward with some very key action items as it relates to our state and national assessments. We're not done yet. We came back on November 15th, and we shared at that board meeting the indicators and the comparisons. So because on the 26th, when we shared that information, the state released the reports on October 27th. So at the October 26th meeting, we did not have access to our comparable units. So therefore, we came back on November 15th, and we shared our indicators and our comparables for those state and national assessments. Most recently, we were together a couple of weeks ago. I know you all don't remember, but back on February 8th, we came together with the committee of the whole. That, no, you don't remember, was a joke, to really, with no chuckles, but that's okay. I'm trying to, channel a little bit of my inner Dr. Grins here. Our strategic planning, which really looked at our phase 3 implementation updates, because as we've been reminded and as we shared multiple times, to come back and really be able to unpack what are the various action steps. Again, our strategic plan starts at the broad level. So you see these broad strategic priorities, then you go a little bit in and you see the objectives, but then under each individual bullet point of our objectives on our strategic plan, there are actually strategic action items that are taking place. And so we wanted to spend time with our board digging into what are those action items, as Mr. Collins often say, talk about and remind the plan. What are you doing in relationship to making sure we're moving the needle on student achievement? And then here today, we are February 21st, and we are sharing the results from our district assessment. But we're not done. We're coming back on April 12th as well as June 13th, where we'll continue. One of the things that our board president mentioned is now that we have a strategic plan with very clear objectives and strategies and monitoring systems and metrics, making sure that there is this constant rhythm of reviewing and progress monitoring so that we can know and see and evaluate the actual impact of the actions that we're having. And are they moving us closer to our goals? Or if there's some opportunities to pause and do some review, some deep analysis to make sure that we can be on track moving forward. With that being said, thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Very thorough. Okay, questions, comments? Mr. Collins?
I'm going to ask for some donut clarification. In fact, I'm a little surprised because I thought donuts and I were pretty good friends. Dr. Rubenstein, no, you don't get to comment. Can you go back to your donut graphs there? Thank you. All right, on that one, so you've got, two slices of every color. So have you taken that, it looks like the state breaks it up 20 percentiles at a time, and you've broken it down to 10 percentiles? Is
Correct.
that what you've done?
Yes.
All right. Now, in that particular graph, there's two of those 10 slices of 10 percentiles that don't have any numbers in them. Can you tell me what's going on there? How do I interpret that?
So they are smaller numbers, so they didn't print there, but
Aha.
yes, exactly. So. No.
Yeah, the red and the orange.
On the second red and the first orange. That's what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
so that would be the 10th to 20th and then 20th to 30th percentile.
Correct.
It's not that we don't have any kids that fall in
No.
there, it's the number
It's
was
that
too
there's
small.
small numbers of students who fall into those.
Got it. Got it, okay. I do appreciate that, thank you. All right, yeah, I think those are my donut clarification
3.59 and
questions.
4.47.
Got it, okay, all right, thank you. My second one is that when we hired the consulting firm to tell us that we're in the top 10% of Illinois, I felt pretty good about that, and then I realized there's 900 school districts in Illinois, so that would put us, if we're in the 90th percentile, put us at about number 90 in the state, which makes me less content. Do we have an objective for where we want to be?
That's a really great question. We actually landed at 92 for math and then 91. So we have coined that for both of those. We are now in the top 10%. So what that means is that based on where our current performance is and how we've been able to continue, despite the disruptions, still have such strong student proficiency. We are definitely want and see opportunities for continued growth. But I think one of the things that ECRA wanted to show is that based on where our students were currently performing, there was definite positive movement from our pre-pandemic positioning to our post-pandemic positioning on our overall district percentile ranking.
So where do we think we can be? I mean, what do you think our potential is?
That's a really great question. I would love to. We're going to continue to strive. Ideally, right? Like 100 is 100. We want to be at the top. We want to be the best of the best, and we don't want to be second to anyone. But where our potential is, I think that we have to really analyze where we currently are, which is what our current administration is doing, and really understanding what the data of our current student population is telling us. Holistically is what I'm sharing, but once again, I'll echo the importance of this level of analysis happening at the school level, because the power is actually in the classroom. It's in the actual instruction between teacher and student. And so being able to really look at and see where students performing, I think that quadrant, the quartiles that we share with you is really, really important to know, are students making expected growth? If not, ask the questions why, and what can we do? And so I think holistically, to answer your question, we're going to continue to strive to make sure that we continue to try to have in the, and Mr. Kaczynski, I'm going to coin his phrase, to have more students learn better.
That's,
And there you go, Kara, and to achieve higher.
non-quantitative for Mr. Kaczynski.
And we're gonna, and that's why we show up every day. We're gonna continue to do that work, and I'm appreciative to my staff, and to our administration, to all of our teachers, that are committed to that.
And then I was engaged in a conversation this week with a friend of mine who said, all right, so we're the top 10% in Illinois, where does that put us in the nation? It looks like, using MAP, it looks like we're about, the top 30 or 35% of the nation, when you compare, Illinois to the nation. So thank you, that's good information. So do you have any insight? It looks like, according to MAP scores, our kindergartners are in the top 20% of the nation, and then by 8th grade, they're in the top 34%. That combined with that bar chart that both growth and achievement seem to decelerate from first to eighth grade. Do you have any insight into why that happens?
Are you, I think I'm gonna go, is this the?
There's a growth.
This is with our growth and as I mentioned, the higher the students, the grade level, then the less projected growth they are expected to make.
And
Would any of my colleagues like to chime in? Is that?
It's so typical for early on in a student's trajectory when they take the NWEA map, they are projected to make 15 to 20 points growth when they're in kindergarten, first, second, third grade. But once they get up into the upper grades in sixth, seventh, eighth grade, the amount of growth that they are projected to make becomes very small. So it becomes 3 or 4 points over the course of a year rather than that 15 points. And that's the way that the system is calibrated.
So that graph for most any school district would look very similar.
That's exactly it. Yep.
Okay, all right, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Now, can we go to the graph of the, just the achievement graph from first to eighth?
Were you going to add something, though, Kevin, before? Were you going to
all
add
right.
something to the?
Yeah, nope, that's good.
Okay. No, there was a bar chart. Oh, no, maybe not. No, that's it, yeah. So we go from the 82nd percentile in kindergarten to the 64th percentile in eighth grade. I'm just wondering if you have any insight into what's going on there.
I think that is something that we can take a closer look at as a team. I think that all of these scores are something to be celebrated, that in any district where, your average seventh grader on the MAP reading score is scoring at or above the 69th percentile, close to better than or equal to 70% of the students across the country is something to be excited about, but we will certainly dig into that more.
I think for us, we're also looking at, this is an adaptive assessment that is supposed to give us very individualized information about the student that can then be utilized from an instructional standpoint. For the purposes of presenting this out, we're sharing, because they provide a national percentile, we're sharing that. I think that one of the things we're also looking at is just how closely the correlation is between where they land on the percentile for NWEA and how that translates into IAR. And so, as my colleague mentioned before, we're looking at, even though when we went back to this graph, originally we shared these percentiles, and where it's projected when you're in the high average range, we anticipate you being on track by scoring a 4. The more we dig into that a little bit, we're seeing that it's really more closer to looking at the 70th, landing at the 70th. And so I think, again, this is more information that's allowing us to really assess where our students are for instructional purposes, but for presentation purposes, we're also giving you a comparison so that you can just see where we land, since this is a nationally normed referenced assessment.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the nationally normed, that's good to know. All right, I'll continue with my final set here. If we can go to the very last slide. Oh, no, sorry. Go back one. I guess that's not the last. It's, no, the one with the dot chart. Keep going back. Yeah, there we are. Just so, well, first of all, yeah, clearly I'm not that good at math. So I understand this graph that I can barely see, and certainly cannot read the stuff on the right of it. So it's always good that it could be its own slide. No, this is an eye test for my new glasses here.
I asked for it to be printed out for you so that you could have a copy that might be a little bit more accessible in reading.
Right.
Okay.
I appreciate that. So my question here is, so I understand this chart. I think you said every dot represents a student?
That's correct.
So
Can
is
I
this-
just show you really quickly how a school would use this or a teacher would use this? Because we use this all the time. So this is over here, an individual student who took the math test Yep, exactly. And then the squares, which are a little bit harder to see, are students who took the reading test.
So based on the number of dots, this is one classroom?
Yep,
All right,
that's
that's
exactly
the
it.
part I didn't understand, if
Yes.
this represented groups or what. But
That's
this is
exactly
one
it.
classroom.
Yes.
And the teacher can identify each dot as an individual student, is that correct?
The thing that I have clicked off on here is the thing that says show student names. And so they can click on show student names. And the great part about it for them is that they can actually click on those dots and it'll take them actually right to the student and their score history and exactly how long they took the test and their areas for growth, and they can dig in more.
I got to tell you, that is something that makes me very excited. I mean, that is.
It makes us really excited as well.
Extremely useful information
Very much so.
if I were a teacher.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that is fantastic.
And what's really exciting is when those teachers are not looking at this information in isolation and in a vacuum, where they're in a professional learning community with other grade peers, and can then formulate conversation and reflection of practice, and really see, right, like what are some of the trends and what can we learn from this? Because once again, this information is to help us inform our practice. We want to continue to meet the individual needs of our students. So we provided some sampling of those questions that they engage in, but coupled with how exciting you are, just hearing and seeing groups of teachers analyzing and digging into this information and engaging in the conversation is exactly what we want to happen across our district, and it is.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Now, a curiosity question, because I always want more. If I were a teacher, is there some function in this data that's reported that I could actually see one of my students' progression from, over the years? So I can see if we're being, effective and moving up into that upper right quadrant?
Yes.
And that's actually what we do. So.
Fantastic.
So if I am, let's say that I'm meeting with a parent as a part of a meeting, I can actually pull up a student's data and say, where was this student last year at this time? And where should they be right now? Where were they in the fall? Where are they projected to be? And how can we maybe set a goal? And where, really what does that look like? That's exactly how we're utilizing these data.
Thank you.
Okay.
I might just add one additional note to that we can also look at grade level cohorts over time as well, and that helps us reflect on our instructional practices. So our materials meeting the needs of our students, and it also helps us think about if a particular grade level across the district is historically showing lower growth and lower achievement. It helps us reflect on the professional learning that our teachers need, where is their development in order to impact student outcomes. So principals look at it very closely as well at the teacher level, at grade level data, and as well as historic cohorts over time.
Yeah, that seems like a fantastically useful tool. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Somebody else? Beth?
So Dr. Campbell, you kind of said this already for me. You beat me to it, but just thank you for talking about the students behind these numbers, because I think it's easy to, get lost in the graphs and the percentages and the, big picture view. But the really important thing is the students behind the numbers and the hard work that's being done by our leaders and our teachers to hone in on those students and see where we can provide growth at all levels. And it's obvious that there's a plan at a school level and in the classroom level, and that there's action steps that are already being taken. And that's the most important part of this data. So just thank you for reminding us of that. And you already kind of alluded to that. Thank you.
Just on this, how long has this graph been available to folks to look at?
Well, I have been a teacher. I've been in the field for about 20 years, and this has been around for about that long, so.
Okay, so we've
Yeah.
had this system for a while, basically.
We have had MAP for about that time. We have not utilized it to this level.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so, a teacher being able to go in and see this, how long has that been for 20 years? Folks can go in
Yeah.
and just look at that?
Yeah,
Okay, got it.
I would say so.
Yeah, I think one thing to add, though, is the collaborative learning structures that under Dr. Campbell, we have really implemented this year in particular, where there are strategic data collaboratives where we come together with leaders in preparation for them to bring this to their school team. So helping leaders with their data analysis skills so that they can look at the quadrant charts, make their own inferences, and then be able to lead their school teams through that. And so in particular, when we most recently looked at the quadrant graph, it was in preparation for February 8th late arrival. So then principals were sort of turnkeying that session for school specific. So I think in terms of, yes, it's been available, but have we been using it as strategically as we can? We're getting better at using it more strategically through those professional learning collaborative structures of bringing leaders together to prepare to bring it to their school teams.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen it, so I thought it was new. So, but
And
thank
then-
you for using it.
If we could go back to the summary donut slide real quick. There was the graphs on the left of that page that showed the free and reduced lunch and then the EL students with IEPs. So the red and orange there, I mean, has that, as general matter, has that been trending up or down, those percentages in the last couple of years?
So that has been staying relatively steady
Okay.
on the NWEA map for the last 2 years on the winter map. So,
Okay. And then, so I mean, those are like logical places to have been targeting for years, right?
Absolutely,
And
yeah.
so, and I know the district has been trying to make improvements within those categories for many years. So how are we trying something different now? Are we looking at the data different? How are we actually gonna move the needle in those groups in a way that we haven't done that before?
So I will start and then you can add. So we are always looking at these data as a part of student IEP meetings and as a part of individual problem-solving meetings. So that's the first part. I think that later tonight, as a part of a conversation that we're going to have this evening, you're going to hear a little bit more about some movement in our reading specialist and math specialist positions across the district, and that is another way that we're working to address this. We really, as a district team, have attempted to calibrate on how we are talking about these data, how we're utilizing it as a common measure, as a sort of pre-warning measure that students are not on track all throughout the year. So how do we know that a student in the fall is not on track for the Illinois Assessment of Readiness or for the SAT when they are in the red or in the orange once they take these assessments? And to Katie's point from before, that's not something, while we've had much of this data before, it's not something that we have ever really challenged our school leaders or our teachers to do at this level before.
Okay. I mean, I think we're on the right trend in terms of doing that, but obviously the tools and things are helpful to the extent that they help drive improvement for kids.
Very much so.
So hopefully we can continue the rate of adoption.
And as time goes on, as Mrs. Lyons talked about before, as time goes on, the tools actually get better. So, 2 or 3 years ago when I was in another district and we looked at the fluency assessment, it was not something that any of us would have adopted. Now it's a state-of-the-art tool that we are really ready to utilize with our students, and that all of us went back and looked at and said, yeah, that's actually something that we should be using with our students as another screener to really better understand where our students are at and to make sure that they're on track.
I would just add to that, you know, we keep saying that it is about the student, and I think this particular assessment is only one assessment and one snapshot into the student's learning trajectory and experience. I think one of the things that we're doing that I can say now that we're doing is we're looking at multiple data points to create a clear profile for the student. That not only includes academic information, but then also how students are progressing socially, as well as emotional needs. All of that is comprehensive snapshot and understanding of our student needs. And what I would say that we're doing now is being a lot more thoughtful and intentional about how we're bringing in various data points. I think there has been a tendency to talk about these in isolation, but think about how we're looking at them all together and triangulating that data to really have a clear profile, and then also to build out from our Tier 1 curriculum resources review, also looking at our instructional practices. So even though we want to be able to say it's one clear lever, what we're utilizing the data is to find what are the critical levers to various particular subgroups and information as it relates to the student experience and the student profile across our district. So that would be another additional piece that I would add to my colleagues' reflections.
Ms. Troutman?
So I'm going to go a little further because my kids have been taking MAP tests for 12 or 13 years. And to Mr. Collins' point, nobody has ever dived into the data and made decisions based on the data like this before. And I'm going to go so far as to say that it's because they now have the direction and the leadership to do it. So thank you. Because if this data has been available and that kind of deep dive was available to our educators in our district before this, it's truly disappointing to me that it was never utilized with student focus in mind. But clearly we're doing that now. And I think that because we're putting all these things into place, we're going to see those kindergarteners continue to stay on that trajectory of 82%, you know, statewide, moving up and up and up, and that will carry across our grades as they get older. I've never heard a conversation in a board meeting or with a teacher that said, you know, we've looked at the data of your child, where I'm talking to other teachers at my grade level who have kids in the same kind of quadrant, and we're working together to find strategies. And that's what we're doing now, and it's certainly eye-opening. So thank you for the work. I appreciate everybody investing the time, and I know it's not over, it's just the start, but I truly, as a parent, I'm kind of a little pissed off, but grateful. Grateful that it's now changing.
I have so many thoughts and actually a couple notes of ideas of maybe even where to go next, but I want to echo what Courtney is saying. You know, Keisha, being here it feels like it's been forever that you've been here, but it has been the same amount of time that I've been at this table. And you inherited a situation, and what you and your team have done with your through your leadership to show growth on assessments like this, the growth is there. Sure, there might be a discrepancy from the target in math to the projected or to the actual growth, but our kids are growing. And that's what this is telling us. And to have that impact in such a short period of time is tremendous. And I appreciate you and your team's work for our kids. The other thing that I want to point out is the percentage of at-risk students, and that decreasing in just 1 year is remarkable. And so I just want to highlight your leadership and impact, and I am
just as excited as Jim is to see where we're going to be in 2 years, because I know our kids are going to be somewhere great, and it will evolve and continue to improve. A few notes, I just want to put another piece out there. I appreciate your focus areas. I would just want to highlight that, and I think because in the data, the math shows some of that volatility, and having you and your team mark that as an area of focus moving forward. I'm looking forward to seeing what that will bring, not to just us as decision makers when it comes to our students' math life, K through 12, but what that means for kids and their math learning. And diving into the graduation rate, every student has a story, and us understanding those stories is so important, and I'm so happy to see that that's your team's priority here. A few more, and then I swear I'll stop. There was just I have an idea, hang on a second. When we're talking about, and I know this is K through 8, correct? And so it leads me to believe, like, how prepared are our kids for high school? And I look forward to that information coming out eventually to see where our kids are. But I think what happens, and I understand we're at this macro level, but what starts to happen is I can start to see 2-3 years from now, or maybe even quicker than that. What impact are we having on our kids when they graduate? How prepared are they? And how do we know that? So things like how many are going to college, trade schools, military, what types of post-secondary experiences are our students engaging in? How prepared did they feel for those experiences through alumni surveys? I look forward to us getting there, and I know that this is our number one priority, is our student proficiency and achievement right now, but I'm just kind of forecasting and foreshadowing where we can go in the future. And so it doesn't stop. And that goes to, to Jim's point of, like, the question was around, sorry, hang on, I wrote it, potential. What is our potential? It's such a large question because there's so many factors that go into our potential, right? To getting us where we want to be and where we need to be. And it is instruction and curriculum and resources and students. And it's also culture and environment and opportunities and resources. And so, it kind of begs the question, these schools that we are striving to match or be a part of, right? What are they doing? And again, very big picture, what are they doing that maybe we're not? And that's a very long-term kind of thinking, but some idea. And the last thing I'll leave you with, hang on, I had something good. Here it is. All right. Thanks for listening. I think that what I'm noticing from you and your team, and thank you again for a great presentation, I just started to think, like, what's working here? For you to have this impact, to be given a starting point and to have this growth in the last 2 years, and I know it's just going to continue, I'm pretty confident of that, for our kids, what's working here? And I've identified it. It's things like the technology and the data and the research that's allowing us, it's that data-driven mindset, it's allowing us to identify students. That's the first thing. The second is we're learning who they are as students and learners. And then we're providing supports that are needed to maximize their growth. And we can't forget about our staff. We're also able to provide instructional support for our staff, expand their repertoire as professionals. We're able to help them implement curricular supports. And this data is tied to that too, right? It's going to let us know, did wit and wisdom have the impact we wanted, right? And that's what's really good about this from a board perspective, is that now I can see the impact of our decisions on student learning, and that's fascinating. It's really good work. So I will leave it with that. Again, we're not exactly where we want to be. Of course, we have identified areas for further development, and I'm happy to see that we are on the right path to change that trajectory. Thank you.
I just wanted to go back to the donut slide real quick. Promise I'll be fast. The donut slide. Yeah. So, you know, I know that we've done some work, Dr. Rubenstein, I think somewhere along the way you've talked about it, like we've worked with staff to really help goal setting with IEP students and with IEPs and the students behind those IEPs. And I guess I just wondered when, Dr. Campbell, you know, we could expect, you know, these are the students, we don't want them to keep falling further behind. So what actions, when do you know, we've obviously been trying to move the needle, but when do you anticipate maybe having some new things that are going to happen or new actions? You know, we, at the committee of the whole, we went, you know, we're going line by line of all the actions that are taking place. And I just didn't know if you kind of have in the back of your mind some targeted interventions or something that would really help those groups of students that are, you know, need immediate support beyond what we're already giving, because it's not that we're not giving, but additional support.
No, actually, we are very much aware, and not only aware, but have developed plans. And so Dr. Rubenstein and his team in student services have really, again, looked at the names behind the numbers. And have also worked very closely with school teams to really look at particularly our IEPs. And we have engaged in training. I'm sure there's an exact number of trainings over the last 2 years around our facilitated IEP process to make sure that we are actually working in partnership with our families to collect the right information, but then to make sure that the actions that are being taken on the school end are closely monitored and progress monitored to ensure we're meeting specific outcomes. And so what you mentioned in terms of our strategic plan, we have a goal which we call kind of like our gap reduction goal, is to look at very specific subgroups, as Dr. Rubenstein has said, that might have seemed historically been stagnant, and set some really, I know my colleague is gonna like this word, ambitious goals to really try to decrease and to really show a decrease in some of those gaps with those particular subgroups. And so we are working at an unbelievable pace. And I think one of the things that we realize as an administration team is how do we ensure that we're communicating all of those pieces that are happening behind the scenes in the specific actions as it takes. And I'm excited to say that we're going to, our best iteration and tool, which we're looking forward to launching, is our strategic dashboard, so that we can see some of those goals, those ambitious goals, but more importantly, for our broader community consumption to be able to identify what are those specific actions that are taken. I'm going to go out on a limb to say that we're really invested in the continuous improvement process. And what that means is that we're not only actually taking action, but making sure within that there is a regular pause to reflect and to assess if what we have done is getting us closer towards our intended outcome. So I would say it's less about newness and more about intentionality and strategicness, and more about engaging in a process that really monitors if what we're doing is actually getting us closer to the intended targets and the outcomes. And then helping and ensuring that we bring that to the board on a regular basis, that we make that information available and accessible to our parents and our community at large, is what is on the horizon.
Thank you. Do you have something?
You want to add? I have a colleague to add to.
Can I just add that as a part of the journey of excellence, one of the biggest things that we are working on is ensuring that every student has access to a guaranteed and viable curriculum. And a number of times this evening and at the Committee of Whole, you've heard us talk about Tier 1. And solidifying Tier 1 is going to move the needle more to improve student achievement for our students in the demographic groups than any other thing that we do. We can't intervene our way out of a Tier 1 problem. And right now we have a Tier 1 challenge that we really need to make sure that we are solidifying our Tier 1 curriculum with all of our students.
Which is awesome for those students. And then when we look at, as a board, district-wide performance, it takes lifting all students to lift the entire district.
Every single one.
Absolutely. Ms. Lyons, do you want to chime in?
Just in particular to the EL students, I wanted to give some specific examples of what we're doing right now to ensure that we are addressing the needs of our students with emergent bilingual needs. And so in terms of one specific step that we've taken with our data collaboratives, we've asked each of our school teams in their school improvement plan this year to identify a goal for a prioritized need in their building. And so originally we started the year with 3 goals in our school improvement plans, one around social and emotional learning, one around ELA, and one around math. As we started to go deeper into the data, especially for our emergent bilinguals, and looking at our access data, which is our English language proficiency data, recognizing that there is a particular need for groupings of students for us to uncover and learn more about what the root cause is getting in the way of all of our students being successful. And so many of our schools' 4th goal in their school improvement plan is targeted specifically to students, EL students, and really thinking about what are the access levels within their classroom or within their schools. And so students that are at an access level 1 require different supports than students that are in access level 3. And so really making sure now that we're even going deeper to understand what resources, materials that we are using to support students, English language learners, at different access levels, which is another level deeper than we have done in the past. And that's happening right now. It's also helping us step back and do some review of our programming. And so we have 20 focus groups coming up with teachers and staff that support emergent bilinguals, small focus groups for English language particular services, to learn more about what the practices are that they are currently employing, where they're seeing impact or not. And so a roll-up of the trends that we'll learn from those EL-specific focus groups from our staff and leaders will help us provide a multi-year strategic plan of how we are going to address the gap with our groupings of students. So just a few tangible steps that we're taking this year to support our groupings of students.
Thank you so much for those examples. All right, thank you. This is a great presentation, and it's a team effort, and I appreciate, and also at not just everybody in this room, but also the principals and the teachers who are working with the students that are doing well. Okay, thank you. All right, we have facilities next. Do you want a 5-minute break? Do you want a 5 minutes? Facilities, okay. All right, facilities, then you're up. We don't want to break yet.
Good evening. Tonight we're going to go over some of the referendum projects that we have ongoing and a couple of the projects that we're going to be starting here coming up for the summer of 23. Right off the bat, Field Elementary School. This building is coming together quite nicely. We are definitely right on schedule, a little bit ahead of schedule, right on budget. Budget is actually coming in a little bit less than we anticipated. Construction is just flying through. We didn't get any problems with this site, kind of like with, yes, that is true. So we're coming together pretty good. We got a little video here that our wonderful communications department did. So as I said, we are definitely on schedule and going to be ready for the start of the next school year for students at Field. And we are trending a little bit under budget as of right now with that project. So it is going great. White and ICI are doing a great job helping the district building this project. As we look at Fisher Elementary School, right now we are on phase 2. Part of the first phase of this was to build the classroom addition, the 6 classroom and restrooms. Then what we did in December is we relocated some of the classrooms that are on the interior of the building into the new classrooms, and we took over some of that to start working and demoing for the new media center, maker space, and art space. We've installed protective walls all the way around that, so can't even really tell that we're in there. It's coming along nicely. We got the skylights in there. They're going to start doing some masonry. They're starting with the ceilings right now. So that area is scheduled to be ready to go for the start of school in August, and that'll be the new maker space, art room, and media center. Then phase 3 at Fisher, we'll start all the interior renovations with some new, the typical things we've been doing, all the buildings, new structure, data cable, PA system, clock system, paint, flooring, locker painting in the ceilings, new lights, and then some other HVAC systems in that building. Those will start in June and be completed in August prior to the start of school. Other projects that we're working on, Bryan and Sandburg. With these, they're both about similar. Sandburg is going to have an ADA accessible route to the cafeteria. Bryan will be renovating the old main office, but all the other work is going to be pretty much the same with the corridor renovations, media center renovations, powered backup generator, and things like that. Right now, these projects, on some of these, with Bryan, we're actually starting some of the work right now. We're doing a second shift. We're running some conduit in the hallways right now to help us get ahead of the schedule for next summer. We're also doing some work at Churchville for the main office renovation. We're doing that at second shift right now too. And both of these will be completed before school starts next year. With Churchville, the next phase that we have right now is with the main office renovation. So that's basically taking the whole main office, gutting that, creating the secure vestibule areas that we've been doing with all the other facilities out there. That'll be done in June and be ready to go for the start of the school year. We're also working on York Auditorium. That's going to be shut down for about a year here, coming up in June, with replacing all the seating, floors, lighting, all the rigging. The rigging is going to be the biggest thing. Basically a whole new makeover for that York Auditorium. And all those projects right now that we have with the Bryan, the Churchville, the Sandburg, and the York, we're right. Everything's on schedule so far. We're trying to do some of the stuff ahead of time for schedule, and we're right on budget with that. We haven't seen any foreseen instances that would cause us concerns with those right now. As we look in here for the next part of it with Churchville, we'll be sitting there working. The auditorium addition will be starting in March of '24 and continuing on through December. And then the other media center renovations, the corridor renovations, restroom renovation, building automations, and PA data cabling, those will start June of next year and be completed in August of next year as we look at this. Part of that is as we move, we didn't really quite know where we wanted to put the big addition for the auditorium out at Churchville. So until we knew exactly where we were going to put it, how that was going to tie into the building, where we can connect it, we didn't want to do some of those other interior renovations in there, because if we did those and then the addition was in a good spot here, we might have to redo some of the stuff we just did. And with the HVAC and the mechanical, those things tie together more with some of those interior renovations and the new addition for the auditorium. With all these projects, we are trending with all the budgets that we have previously presented to the board. We are trending right on budget, if not a little bit under on a couple of the projects. Come March 7th at the Finance and Ops meeting, we'll be getting an update. We're really closing out some of the projects. Lincoln, we have just about wrapped up, and we'll be able to close that one out. Some of the Emerson, we'll be able to close that out, and then we're going to give an update of where we're at financially with the budget and with field too. And then we'll also be looking at Churchville, where we'll have some preliminary numbers for the addition and the interior renovations, which would be somewhere of next year. Any questions?
Quick one. You mentioned York Auditorium down for a year. Where are we in securing space for the what usually goes on there?
Last week I talked to Mr. McGuire and he was still working on that. So that's my weekly thing to go and ask and see if we need to help him with
it's
anything.
pretty used for a lot of our programmings, and so I hope that we are successful in securing space so that that doesn't have to take a gap of a year for the ability to
And that
have a
has
place.
been the intention, they've been working on that, so I'm pretty confident we'll find a spot for it.
Great, thank you.
Just one quick thing, a couple things I've noticed being in our buildings with students. The lighting, the things that you guys have done to transform the existing spaces have really made a huge difference. The lighting, the skylights that you put in over at Conrad with the buildings that have low ceilings, it just makes a huge difference. I appreciated that you brought some lockers from another facility over to Conrad and were able to repurpose some of those things, so that was great as well. And field looks amazing. I mean, it sits on that plot of land just like perfectly. I drove by the other day and it looks great, so thanks so much.
Thank you. It is an amazing facility.
Okay, just, I think you seem to just quietly go do your job and, there's a lot going on and I just want to say thank you. But, in 2018, you established a 10-year maintenance plan for us, and which, required us to up our budget in the maintenance category to, from about $1 million to $3 to $4 million in order to maintain our buildings and also fix them up in addition to the referendum. And all that work, so all that maintenance work and all that referendum work has been going on for the last, I guess that's 5 years. And our facilities are, kids aren't sitting in water, at least not to my knowledge.
Mine either.
And things have really improved and the spaces have become really wonderful for our teachers and our students to learn and teach in and grow. So I want to thank you for your leadership in that, because it's, I hate to say, knock on wood, it's been going very well, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Then that's it for that, and we'll take just a quick 5-minute. Bye. Zooming. We are at agenda item 8, consent agenda. Just as a reminder, these tend to be routine items or items we've discussed. Does anybody have an item they want to pull? Nope. Okay. Hearing none, then could I please have a motion for the consent agenda?
Want me to do it since Courtney's? I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial report; C, website contract renewal; D, first read section 2, Board of Education, policies 2.50, 2.210, 2.250; E, first read section 3, general school administration, policies 3.10, 3.60. F, bless you, first read section 4, operational services, policies 4.10, 4.120, 4.140, 4.165. G, first read section 5, personnel policies 5.190, 5.220, 5.250, 5.270, 5.280, 5.320, 5.330. H, first read section 6, instruction, policies 6.15, 6.20, 6.5, 6.6, 6.65, 6.250, 6.255, 6.260, 6.270, 6.310, 6.340. I, first read section 7, students, policies 7.5, 7.7, 7.100, 7.180, 7.190, 7.250, 7.285, 7.290, 7.340. And that is all.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Arvanites and second by Mrs. Hassler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen? Oh, Mrs.
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Wow. All right, agenda action items. All right, resolution abating a portion of the tax heretofore levied for the year 2022 to pay debt service on the general obligation refunding school bonds, Series 2015. As a reminder, we discussed this pretty in-depth at the last board meeting on January 17th, thank you, yep. But Mr. Welton, if you could give some background and just kind of a recap and refresh our memory, that would be great.
Okay, so I wanted to give just a little timeline here on financial presentations that have led up to this abatement resolution. The tentative budget was approved in August. The final budget was approved in September. Then at a November 9th Finance and Operations Committee meeting, we looked at 5-year projections prior to the estimated tax levy, which was approved November 15th. We had a public hearing and an adoption of the tax levy December 13th. And then at the last meeting, I stepped in for Elizabeth and did the abatement presentation on January 17th, and then tonight there will be a board vote on the abatement resolution. This chart illustrates Elmhurst 205's tax rates in comparison to our other unit comparable districts, and Elmhurst has the lowest tax rate both in 2020 and 21. Lowest tax rate to our comparable unit districts. And this shows our operating expense per pupil compared to our other comparable unit districts. This data is from 2021. Not all the data had been turned in for the 22. So this is the 21 data, but Elmhurst 205 is the second lowest in operating per expense per pupil to our other comparable districts. And now on this slide, I just wanted to talk a little bit about our, trying to have adequate but not excessive fund balances in the current inflationary environment. And a lot of the information here talks about the current inflationary environment with inflation and labor shortages both causing escalating expenditures for the district in upcoming years. Our operating fund balance low point, normally May. Last year, our low point was actually in April. Our operating fund balances were at $39,546,740 in April. The reason April was the low point was we got more early taxes in May last year than normal. So April was the low point. And we know that we also have budgeted and planning for the $21 million to go towards the construction projects to address additional facility needs and to provide additional capacity for students. So we need to keep that in mind, that we have those $7 million transfers coming this year and the next 2 years. We know that the 2 bus contracts are looking for 12% increases. We don't have them here tonight. We're trying to get some performance pieces put in the first student contract. So we talked about that last meeting. It's going back and forth between the attorneys at this point, so we didn't have that for approval tonight, but we know that it's a 12% increase for next year for both Cottage Hill and First Student, and last year First Student was at 17% and Cottage Hill was at 13%. And those double-digit increases are both, caused by labor shortages and inflation. My colleagues at other districts that have their own buses, the costs of buses are just skyrocketing, along with just the shortage on bus drivers, is causing, the large increases in contracts trying to attract and retain bus drivers. The nurse contract, last year we had a 15.75% increase, meaning actually for this year, 15.75, and we haven't determined yet for next year, but my guess is we're going to be looking at a double-digit increase as far as that contract. Well, we're talking about bringing them in-house, but either way, it is likely to be double digits. Insurance claims, as you know, we are self-insured, and we are experiencing extremely high volume and just large dollar claims in insurance. We had a 6.5% premium increase January 1st, but the claims that have happened since like prior to the renewal, the claims that have come in after July, when the renewal was based on through June 30th, and so the claims have just continued to come. So the self-insurance fund balance actually went negative, so it is a concern. Hopefully the claims can turn around. Labor shortages for substitutes, education assistants, custodians, food service workers. We've benefited the last few years financially from the fact that we couldn't find or we couldn't fill positions. for substitutes and education assistants, and for custodians. We're definitely have vacancies now. I think 20, is that right, Luke, for education assistants? And we have 6 custodians. It's especially hard to find night custodians. Food service workers, I think we're short 6 as well. But these labor shortages and inflation is really a concern for escalating expenditures. And inflation, just the cost of goods, we're seeing the cost of goods for technology, for paper, and just for, I mean, we're seeing it everywhere, is the cost, just inflation is just causing costs to go up. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth Hennessy to do a presentation.
So, hello, everybody. Thanks for having me tonight. I'm just going to go over some of the abatement options that you all discussed, I believe, back on the 17th of January. And do you have a?
I got it.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I want to talk firstly about our assumptions. Thank you. So we are not showing any reassessment growth in the property tax base going forward because we're looking at the $500,000 home. We're not inflating that, so we're keeping those two things equal. New property growth in 2022 levy year is 50 million, and that's consistent with your levy presentation. 30 million annually thereafter. CPI in levy year 2022 and 2023 is at 5%, which is the maximum under the tax limitation law. We now know that 5% is also going to stand for 23. Going forward is really a guess. We're doing 3% in levy year 24 and 2% thereafter to be conservative and more in line with what historical CPI has been. But as you know, we are continuing to see CPI and PPI pushing upwards a little less robustly than last year, but the Fed is on track for, I think now, 3 more rate increases in the spring. The debt service payments are now set on all outstanding bonds. All the bonds pursuant to the referendum have been issued. We're including a 1% loss in collection from DuPage County, which they typically put on there. We're also putting a placeholder in there for future non-referendum bonds, like life safety bonds. It's about $1.2 million a year, and that will, those bonds will be able to be reissued if needed in 2026. So the deadline for the debt service abatement resolution is February 28th of 2023 for the 22 tax levy. So that's why it's an action item tonight. So I apologize to those in the audience who are unable to see these numbers, but I thought I'd go through this current situation quickly. As we talked, we just went through the assumptions. We've got actual through 21, new property actual. You see the 50 million for 22 new property and 30 million thereafter. Just a quick comment on new property. That allows the district to increase their levy beyond CPI so that the new property coming onto the tax rolls are also paying for the property taxes of the school district in an equal manner. So that does boost up our increase over 5%. What we have here is a tax cap formula where we take the prior year operating extension times 1 plus the CPI, which in 22 highlighted in pink there is 5%, calculating a limiting rate of 4.2%, and that tax rate is multiplied times the EAV to give us our 2022 maximum operating extension of about $127,900,000. That's a 6.75% increase year over year on the operating side. The other part of the levy is the debt service levy. And if you recall, when we're issuing the $186 million referendum bonds, we also had existing referendum bonds that were getting paid off. So this year, the debt service levy is $16,423,106. That's the high water mark for the debt service. After this, it stabilizes and goes down and levels out at around $15.4 million per year. So the total levy is, in the current situation for 22, $144.4 million, which is a 6.36% increase. Let me just take a minute and look at the last three columns on the right. The tax rate on the actual in 2019, 2020, and 2021. In 2020 levy year, the district abated $3,175,000, the goal of which is to try to keep the total levy close to what it was the prior year. And they did that through a debt service abatement. So the debt service went, from 13.7 down to 10.9 million. That caused the total increase in taxes in that year to only increase by the 1.4%, which was more related to new construction. So the tax rate actually went down, and for the owner of a $500,000 home, their tax bill went down by $262. Then we get to 21, and we have what seems to be like a spike in debt service, a spike in the levy, because we did not abate last year in 21. So the increase last year between operating and debt service was 5.96%, or a positive $212 increase on the $500,000 home. So I just want to point out a little of that history and how abatements can cause a spike in the following year. Okay, so we're really talking about 2022 levy tonight. So let me go to the next page and we'll look at, whoopsie daisy, sorry. Did I get it? Okay. Whoop, that's not it. Here we go. Option 2. Option 1 is do nothing and let the levy go as it exists. Option 2 is to abate debt service by an amount of $537,442 to keep the levy in 22 for debt service exactly the same as it was last year, $15,885,664. Okay, so that results in a tax increase, if you remember on the prior option, instead of 6.36%, 5.96%, so that's under that 6%. And for the owner of a $500,000 home, instead of going up $455, it goes up $427, the levy in total, the taxes for the levy. So that's option 2. Let's go to option 3. This has an abatement of $969,348. You might say, how did you come up with a number like that? So the reason is because the debt service levies level out starting in year 2026 and thereafter at about $15.4 million. So the idea is if we reduce the levy this year down to that $15.4 million, number one, it's less than last year's bond and interest levy, and it kind of sets forth a path, if the district can afford it, to do abatements in future years, if affordable, to keep the debt service levy perfectly level. It avoids any spikes, and it just keeps things in line. In a level sense. So the increases the taxpayers will be experiencing is going to be more due to the operating levy and no more increases from the debt service levy. So in this option, the impact on the homeowner is 404 for the $500,000 homeowner for the total levy increase. So it's about a $50 savings versus option one, $51. So if we go to the next page, this just kind of summarizes. Option one is do nothing in terms of abatements, and the taxes paid for the home valued at a market value of $500,000 is $7,614. Option two is abate $537, so the payment goes down by $28. And option three is abate the $969,348, which results in a savings to the homeowner of $51. You know, I've been reading a lot of numbers. Questions? I have one more page to share with you. We can come back to questions, but I thought this was somewhat, whoops, this is not, for some reason, the right PowerPoint on the screen. The right one's on board docs? Great, I've got it on my paper, but the question is, can you get it up on the screen? Okay. So while he's pulling that up, I'll just say I did an analysis just looking at the history of your tax levy and abatements with no new property. The idea being that new property, again, taxes the new taxpayers, the new homes, the new commercial businesses, TIF expirations that make the pie bigger in the district, that make the EAV bigger. For the individual homeowner, if we take out new property, we can kind of isolate the impact for the existing homeowner under the theory of the property tax limitation law. There's always going to be someone who's going to get their assessment knocked down lower than somebody else. We can't control that. But if we look at the district as a whole, and for the owner of that $500,000 home over time, what have been the increases? And I will just direct you to the highlighted yellow column. So this has the debt service that we just saw is the same, but we're going back 10 years, and we're looking at CPI. CPI in 2012 was 3, and you remember those low CPI years where it went down to 1.7, 1.5, 0.8, 0.7, and it's just recently where we're experiencing these much larger increases in inflation. So the annual increase, the average annual increase over the last 10 years for the existing homeowner in the district is 2.29% on average. So that's represented by the blue line in the graph. The orange line relates to what the actual increase with new property is. So I just point that out to put into perspective for you what the existing homeowner is paying. The other thing to point out on this page, I have, if you look at the fifth column from the right, the debt service percent increase. And if we go back on debt service, whereas CPI was a little bit low, we were increasing the payments on debt service. But I will say they were increased much less than they originally were going to go up before the district embarked on a refunding program in 2015 and 2016. They originally were going to go up to over 18 million. So even with 186 million referendum bonds, you're nowhere near that annual payment level. But they did go up just the same, and so you can see those percentage increases in debt service. I would also like to point out in 2020, you know, when the We abated $3,175,000. The district abated that. That brought the debt service levy down by 19%, and then that spike that we discussed of the 21 levy year, debt service went up 44.7%. So just an illustration of the spike that can occur in the debt service levy when abatements are done, then not done. That's why I think option 3 makes a lot of sense as you're looking at here, because if we can try to make a path to keep that debt service levy nice and stable, you'll have a much smoother overall increase in your levies going forward. So with that, I would open it up to questions. And sorry if I've been talking too long. I know you've had a lot of presentations tonight.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Elizabeth? Yeah.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, Jim.
That lower graph, you said between 2012 and 2022, our homeowners experienced property tax increases averaging 2.29% per year. Is that right? I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
Yes. If we go back those 10 years from 2012 through 2022, or 2013 through 22.
Okay. And then even with the option 3 abatement, if I did my math right, between 2021 and 2023, it looks like property tax revenue will go up for the district by a total of compounded 18.45%. I divide that by that 3 years, and that's an average of 6.15% per year, or approximately triple the increase that our taxpayers are used to seeing on their property tax bills.
Which chart are you looking at for those numbers?
That upper chart,
I don't see 2023 on there, that's why I'm confused.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm in your handout. Option 3, abate debt service to equal 2026 levy. And I look at the total levy percent increase, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 columns from the right.
Yeah, no, I see it now, but
Got it, okay.
This one? Yeah.
Got it. Clearly my new glasses, I can't see that far.
now I see where you are.
I probably couldn't see it in my old glasses either, but I thought it was the same chart, but it's clearly not now that I squint.
So you're adding 21, 22, and 23?
Yeah, I mean, I'm compounding
Because 23
them.
is not done yet. But
Right, it's not done, but, right. So I guess by some miracle, the board could vote to not increase by the full 5% next December. That, I guess that's within the realm of possibilities.
Right, and then another abatement probably would be considered, I imagine, but in any
I mean,
event.
I guess that's within the possibilities too, but I thought we were clear in the last meeting asking for an option with a bigger number than 969,000, and it's nowhere to be found in this packet. So, I'm just assuming that the board will vote to increase by the maximum allowed by law, as they've done in the past.
I do recall us asking for a different option, a 4th option. Is there a reason that wasn't presented to us?
Well, I had asked to look at, what would it look like to have a bigger number? Talked about it a little bit, and then when we penciled out the numbers, it looked like, if you assume, and each year is its own decision, but if you assume that future boards would also abate to smooth this out, then when you go back to the slides that Chris presented, like if, at least I look at the fund balance, the excess cash at being about $20 million. because, you know, the trough point was 40. We're already sort of committed to 20 million of CapEx. And if you look at this number of about $1 million and you extend that out future years, you get more, you know, 2 to 3 million bucks. So you're kind of giving back 10 to 15% of the excess capital that we have through this action, which seemed reasonable to me.
Yeah, however, 2 years in a row, you're raising revenues by about $8 million a year, 2 years in a row.
But that,
So
you know, that's
gonna fall
excluding
in
the
there.
anomaly year, right? Where I think it'd be more accurate if you included 2020 in those figures, because that was the year we cut it because our services were disrupted. So that math would all look different if you include that year, but yeah, if, you know, 2021 was a big percentage increase because we had no increase in 2020, which was historically rare, and I think deserved based on what was going on. But I think that distorts those figures in my view. So anyhow, I concluded that I think this plus what I think would happen in the future seemed reasonable, more reasonable to me than the first time I looked at it when I thought maybe it was a little low.
So can I, so the goal, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted one clarification
Go ahead.
question. So the number, the 963, that's to bring us to, when you say to the 2026 levy, that's to bring us where we're going to plateau out.
Yes,
And that's why we picked that number and that year.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we talked about the possibility of abating next year to keep it,
Yeah, I mean, that's an
Right,
annual
right.
discussion.
so that we can
have-
keep that.
Yeah,
flat.
right. No, we're skipping a couple of years and we're going right to the 2026 goal. And I'm just, because that, when you protract out, that's when we really start just
Plateau.
flattening out and the bonds are expiring. And so we're really not going to see those increases anymore. So I just wanted to clarify.
Exactly, yeah, you're right.
I was going to say, it's very dangerous for anyone to make assumptions about future board decisions, I think. We can't speak for the next board. We don't know what financial position we'll be in next year. And it's extremely dangerous for anyone to make assumptions on what the future board will decide. So let's look backwards. I agree with Chris. We represent misleading numbers if we don't include the whole picture. There's a boomerang effect that takes place when we abate 3 million, and another one on a smaller level that will take place if the board chooses to abate another almost 1 million, I think is what's on the table right now, 900,000 and something. So it's also important to note that, and I'm going to repeat what Chris said again, that of the 40 million fund balance, 20 million has been earmarked for future spending due to scope changes and budgetary decisions that we've made as a board moving forward. I'd like to go back and just want to be clear that the board has not committed to any future tax rate or abatement action past today's vote, although we have been open to talking about abatement next year again on this annual decision. And we've also mentioned, from my memory, that during the tax levy conversations, we will take into consideration, as we always do, our financial position in the moment of that decision and discussion. That would be December of 2024, and make decisions on the tax levy at that time. So again, I think it's extremely dangerous to make assumptions about what any future board will decide. This is an annual discussion and decision. We're planning for adequate, not excessive fund balances. We're faced with this inflationary period that we're experiencing double-digit % increases in many district services, and we are trying to be prepared for that volatility. If in December of 2024, we're seeing excessive fund balances and maybe a different outlook, I'm confident the board will absolutely discuss and make appropriate decisions at that time. Decisions like this one in front of us tonight about the abatement, it makes sense to see where the debt service levies off in 2026, to take into consideration our taxpayers and continue on our strong fiscal decision-making and responsibility. it makes sense to look at option 3 as the place where we may go here. Decisions like this abatement are a good example of our continued strong financial stewardship. There's a lot of chatter and conversation about our decisions, and especially related to the levy and abatement. And I just personally would welcome anyone in the community or on the board to sit and have discussions about the whole picture of what we're looking at, which I appreciate Chris bringing up and looking at the whole picture and not just bits and pieces. Thank you.
Yeah, to the point that, let me start with the point that Chris brought up. Our healthcare commitments or premiums went up 6.5%. The budget, the school district share of those, or I should say the taxpayer share of those healthcare premiums represents a little less than 8% of our budget. So, yeah, it went up by 6.5%, but it's 8% of our budget. That nursing contract with double-digit increases represents about 1% of our total budget. And the busing expenditures that went up, busing represents about 3% of our total budget. So yes, those on the surface, those double-digit increases look very scary, but in context, they're relatively minor proportion of our budget. And I think the word dangerous, when referring to assumptions of what could be, I don't view dangerous as the right word, but I point out what could be. And this whiplash effect of abatement, I agree. It's painful. It's painful to the taxpayers. It's not the right way to go about it, unless the board, commits to do it year after year. And as you point out, the board can't commit because the people on the board change every 2 years. So the right way to go about it is just not levy for the full amount in these very high inflation years. I will also, point out that this is the first 2 years since this PTEL law was passed in 1995 that inflation was as high as 5%. So we're in uncharted territory. And I think it is a burden for our taxpayers to have this kind of compound tax increases. And I'll also point out that City of Elmhurst didn't increase their property tax levy. The county did not increase their property tax levy. So when people's property tax bills arrive, all fingers will be pointing at us. So just keep that in mind.
Just as a point of history, and Jim and Karen, you might know, or Chris, prior to 2018, did we abate? Like, how many times have we abated other than 2020 when we abated for service? So what, have we abated prior to that?
Not to my knowledge.
So, right, no, because remember our average increase for that 10-year period between 2012 and 2022 was 2.29%. Our costs were going up at a higher percentage than that. In fact, it is that new property growth that bridged that gap between expense increases and property tax revenue.
Okay.
Yes, and the fund balance was lower, but yet we accumulated funds every year, so that we had that excess amount grew even with that low inflation and those low increases. We still accumulated cash every year.
Good
was just
point.
curious.
And before the referendum, we knew that we had a 100-year-old building, 90-some-year-old building, whatever. And so, you know, if the community didn't pass a referendum, we needed some money to do something with those buildings. So those were all of the discussions around, do we abate or not? You know, there's a lot of different moving parts. And we didn't see anything near 5%.
Okay. All right, anybody else?
I just wanted to talk one more time about the fund balance. So it looks to be just, I think it's just something to clarify for our community. Looks to be just under 40 million, but after we transfer the 21,000, we're really looking at more like 18 million minus any overages that are unexpected that we might come our way. So is that
That's right.
puts us at about what percent? 12? What percent?
18 million of 150. Yeah, I'll do it. Are you doing the math, Chris?
It's about 14%.
Okay. So that's within the parameters of our board policy, correct? I think it was 5 to 15% was what we.
So that's a different.
Right, because we changed the, okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Chris, is what the state is measuring when we talk about fund balance, that excess cash that on May 31st divided by our budget, or is it including the tax revenues that have come in on June 1st and the total cash on hand on July 1st divided by the yearly budget? Which is it?
So your question is about the state uses the AFR for their financial profile.
No, I'm not talking about, when we talk about this percent fund balance, all right, and our policy before we changed our accounting practice was 26%. Is that 26% of the balance on hand at May 31st, which is that 20 million you speak of? Or is that the fund balance on July 1st after you add that excess cash on May 31st to the property tax receipts that come in the door on June 1st?
Most fund balance policies always use the audited numbers. Currently, we defer and use the accrual method.
I'm sorry, Chris, you're not answering my question.
What's your question?
My question is, the formula that our outdated policy saying that we need 26% fund balance, and I say outdated because we changed our accounting. So if you take a look at that, what that 26% was intended to measure, what is the measurement date? Is it the cash we have
The
on
June
hand?
30th audited report.
June 30th, after tax revenues come in the door.
Whatever accounting method you're using in your audit is what the 26% is based on.
Okay, but the $20 million that we're talking about is the amount of money we had on hand on May 31st, not June 30th.
Correct. The 40 billion that was in my numbers was based on the low cash flow point.
Of the.
It was actually April 30th.
And then when we talk about this 26% policy, we have about $60 million that comes in the door the first week in June to add to that 20 or 40 million.
the policies based on audit, which is deferring June taxes.
So I really just wanted to clarify the amount of the fund balance, because I think there's some confusion when we're looking at it at the high point, and then after we remove the 21 million, that we decided to cover those costs as a board so that we wouldn't have to extend those construction costs to our taxpayers. So I guess that was all I wanted. So that was for the added construction you talked about for space for our students and other improvements that we added along the way. So ever since I've been on the board, we've done everything that we can to try to provide relief to our taxpayers for the debt service portion, the referendum, what their cost was towards the referendum cost on their tax bill, through timing of bond issuance and abatement, and now we're looking at that part of the tax bill again, and through covering those costs through our reserves of things that went above and beyond the scope of the construction. So I think we've done a very good job of doing that, and we've brought that portion of the tax bill down for our taxpayers. I just wanted to make sure that we clarified that what we're trying to do here is to keep that portion of the tax bill flat for our taxpayers, which was always our intention at the beginning of the referendum when it was passed. And we can't make any decisions for next year, but it is something that we talked about before and something that I know I would like to talk about again next year, to look at this again and to keep that portion of the tax bill as flat as we possibly can for our taxpayers. Thank you.
All right.
So, but I will remind us that this board just voted to raise property taxes by 5%, the maximum allowed by law, just last month, or in December. We voted that. So.
And the reasons for that I voted to raise the, to request the levy, we don't know that we're going to get 5%. That is just the maximum amount that we can request. So,
oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Kara.
Oh, no. I just wondered, do you see, because of the boomerang, I'll call it the boomerang effect, do you see a lot of districts, commit to ongoing abatement, or, how do they?
Not usually. There's been a great thing that some districts have availed themselves of. It's called a property tax reduction grant, where the state will actually pay you more in your evidence-based funding if you abate debt service or your operating levy. And so we see a lot of boomerangs with that, unfortunately, because it's a fabulous deal for the districts, because they're getting the amount of money they're giving the taxpayers a break for in their revenue, supplementing their budget. But those are only the tier 1 districts in the state, mostly.
Okay, thanks. I was
So,
just curious,
yeah.
perspective-wise.
But not usually other than those districts, right?
And one last question. Chris, can you remind us of our comparables? Who did not request the max levy and who abated?
So Geneva 304 did a 4%. So they're the only, of our comparables, the only one that didn't levy to capture the entire tax cap. Naperville 203 also does annual abatements, small annual abatements.
So they abated last year?
Yes.
Do you remember how much they?
No, he didn't, he just told me they do small amounts every year, but they do it every year.
Okay, so I need a motion if we have no other questions. I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution abating a portion of the tax heretofore levied for the year 2022 to pay debt service on the general obligation refunding school bonds series 2015.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Arvanites, second by Mrs. Troutman. Any other discussion?
Oh, sorry. I'm reading what is in front of me.
So I would think that we'd have to specify which one.
No, the lawyers were specific about the motion that's that's on the agenda.
In the computer or the printed out? I'm reading printed. Hang on one second.
Just to clarify, the resolution does reflect option 3 abatement in the specific dollar amount of that $969,000
Okay.
in the
We're
resolution.
saying approve that resolution,
Resolution.
which it indicates that amount.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, so the motion was made by Mrs. Arvanites, second by Mrs. Troutman. Any other questions? Yep, or comments?
Just have one comment. I wish this were more.
You what?
I wish this were a larger amount. I thought we asked for a larger amount, but given that it is the 21st of February, and the deadline is the 28th of February, I'm left in no other choice to take whatever I can get for our taxpayers. So I'll be voting yes. And regrettably, it's not a larger amount.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, and I appreciate that we have committed as board to wrangle through this discussion every year. And, you know, it's a year-by-year discussion on both items, the levy and the abatement. And also, you know, as we work through the budgeting process. So, you know, we all wish you could talk about this in June, make the decision then at the end of the year. All right, if there's nothing else, then please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes?
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes?
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes?
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, next item on the agenda is approval of up to 4 full-time math interventionist positions for the 2023-2024 school year. Dr. Campbell?
So District 205 provides a plethora of student supports that has been discussed and mentioned in our previous presentation to enable all of our students to continue to meet growth targets and make academic success and achievement. These academic supports have been provided by various services, but just to name a few, our reading specialist, math interventionist, English learner instructors, instructional coaches, both general and special education, and then most recently, the allocation of virtual teachers. So in preparation for the 2023-2024 school year, the administration undertook a really a deeper analysis of our student academic data and the current supports allocated across our District 205. In that analysis, we determined, and from our data, that we could benefit from supporting students more comprehensively in the area of math intervention. We are also, given this conversation, coming on the heels of this conversation, we are also deeply analyzing and scrutinizing our staffing plan as in alignment with our strategic plan, when possible, to reallocate resources. And what we're proposing tonight, in order to provide this additional support and targeted support, we've determined that the reallocation of some of our current supports and the elimination of some other supports will enable our staff for additional math intervention at the elementary as well as the middle school level. So the administration is recommending that 4.5 of the reading specialists be reallocated to 4.5 FTE math interventionists at the K-8 level to provide these direct targeted supports for math intervention across our elementary as well as our middle school. I will also like to note that we will, in our planning for our March 21st board meeting, to do and to provide the Board of Education with a comprehensive overview of our district's 2023-2024 staffing plan at that time.
Okay, could I have a motion, and then if there's any questions about that?
I move that the Board of Education approve up to 4 full-time math interventionist positions for the 23-24 school year.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Questions, comments?
I had one thing
Yep.
here. So I appreciate that we're looking at our supports holistically, so that instead of just adding, we're looking at all of these services and seeing where we may be able to move or shift instead of just adding. However, I just wanted to make sure that this will be enough support for our students across the board in both the area of reading and math. So could you just speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, similar to coming off the heels of the abatement conversation, we are committed, this administration is committed to doing those deep staffing analysis and reviews yearly so that we can then make the assessment based off of the current data that's available to us. What is enough? Where are their particular needs? And first and foremost, if there's opportunity, instead of coming and asking for more, to reallocate when and where necessary. So once again, I think this decision and the review of this decision and the impact of this decision on student outcomes will be something that will be a part of our conversation next year when we do our 2024-2025 comprehensive staffing review.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, we have, or in the past year, 20.5 at reading and 1.86, but the reading cuts across K through 8 and the math just at the middle school level? Are there additional?
That is correct.
All right, so the math specialists at the elementary school level are not impacted by the reallocation?
They're non-existent.
Oh, they're non-existent. Ah. So, okay, so then maybe we should have that discussion in March, right? Because that seems to me, and I will just say that I know this is a thing I worry about again, buildings are undertaking creative ways to help our students at the elementary school level. I know, God help the second graders at Lincoln, they're being tutored every week by my son after school. I think they, yeah. No, I mean, no, but I'm just saying, so, and I make fun of him, but I don't know if that's happening at every building, right? And so if those specialists aren't in there intervening at that elementary school level, that's worrisome for me, so I hope we have that deeper discussion during the March staffing conversation. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, every staffing recommendation and decision that's being brought forth from this current administration team is grounded in data. And so there is a need, and we are at this point looking at reallocating some of those resources to meet this current need that's reflective in our student data.
Thank you.
I guess I just, if there was more of a need, then you will come to us and communicate.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So first of all, let me commend you for constantly looking, and I hope it's constantly, looking at reallocating your resources to arrive at a better outcome for our students. I absolutely encourage you to continue to do that. Given our, percentage of our students that read and are able to do math at grade level, clearly there's a lot of room to make up. And the last couple of years of COVID has not helped. I'm wondering if, and wasn't the purpose of these ESSER funds to provide this kind of financial support to employ people to help our students catch up to where they should be? And do we have ESSER funds left?
So I will have to get back with you on the actual number as it relates to what's left in ESSER. I don't have that information right at hand. But this was one, the ESSER funds provided multiple objectives, and one of them were to target here in District 205, as we presented to the board and as the board took action, we provided additional support with trying to lessen the impact of disruption of students that were impacted out of the actual instructional day for multiple days at a time at the elementary level, and that's where we provided the virtual instruction. We also saw there being a need to increase significantly the academic and the enrichment supports during our summer programming, which increased significantly. So yes, those funds were provided for that use, and that's how it was allocated and presented to the board in those decisions. But I'll have to get back to you regarding if there are additional ESSER funds that are unaccounted for at this point.
Yeah, if there are funds available, my suggestion would be to take a look. Are there enough to, maintain our level of reading support and add this math support as well? But again, that depends on how much effort ESSER funds are there, so let us know.
We'll definitely do that. One of the things that was also part of the parameters was looking at utilizing funds that will then create ongoing cost for the district. And so being mindful about additional positions, FTE positions that have a continual impact over time, even after the funds are being provided, because they were only provided for an allotted time period. And so many districts were encouraged to be thoughtful about how those funds are used, and more importantly, in making sure that however they're used, that after they're depleted, that there's still sustainability of the strategies at that time. And so that also was something that was taken into consideration with those ESSER funds. But we will definitely look into that. Thank you for that.
I hope that, I know we're doing a math audit K through 12, and I know that, you're going ahead and doing this because of staffing, but I hope that you will really come to us with the real needs, and because I don't think we want to, I guess I want to say there's an urgency in making sure our kids are caught up to where they need to be in math in particular, well, reading as well, but I feel like we've put a lot of investment in ELA, so just don't be afraid to come back with additional, at the end of the audit, what we really need, and let us talk through. So whether it's ESSER or, so. Okay, anything else? All right, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, next item is the approval of positions for Director of Literacy Pathways and Assistant Director of Language Pathways and Programs. Dr. Campbell, you want to give a background?
Yeah, so in the spring of 2022, the position of Director of Language Acquisition was redefined to the Director of Language and Literacy Pathways in an effort to encompass the multifaceted elements of both the language as well as the literacy development, and combine those two positions that existed within our district into one, which was the Director of Language Acquisition and the Director of Literacy. So combining those two separate positions into the position of the Director of Language and Literacy Pathways. That position, due to the various nature of the certifications that are needed for both the language side as well as the literacy side, we have had some high-quality candidates apply. However, the candidates often possess the qualifications for one of the two major focus areas. And it, once again, being very data-driven, as mentioned, is the need, continued need for constant improvement and deep oversight and support with not only literacy-related programs, but more specifically with support of our English language learners, and the continuous improvement of our dual language program. As a result, I am bringing forward the recommendation that the board approve staffing the request of returning back to those being two separate positions for the Learning and Teaching Department as positions of the Director of Literacy Pathways and an Assistant Director of Language Pathways and Programs.
Okay, can I have a motion and then we'll discuss?
I move that the Board of Education approve the staffing request for the Learning and Teaching Department with the recreation of two positions, Director of Literacy Pathways and Assistant Director of Language Pathways and Programs as presented.
I'll second. Okay, a motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Comments, questions? Yep, Mr. Gowns.
So I believe that the projection is that this increase administrative costs by about net about $60,000 a year. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's the estimate.
And then what impact do you see spending that money as having on student achievement?
Significant. As we shared in the PowerPoint earlier, with our continued focus on particular subgroups, making sure that not only are we providing intensive continued support for our EL students and in our dual language program, we also see this position being able to coordinate train staff, facilitate our language assessments, which is our access K-12, and oversee the development of all of our EL and dual language educators, including the observation, the feedback, the professional learning. So we see this as having a significant impact in the continued growth and development of our most vulnerable students and of the students where we know and see the most opportunity for achievement and growth to take place.
So you feel that's $60,000 well spent, the best place you could spend it to positively impact student achievement?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I just, I think this is, we've talked about it multiple times, like as far as our urgency in addressing needs and also exhibiting that we are committed to our dual language program, wanting to make sure that it thrives and has what it needs. And I know a vacancy in this position has stretched people in other positions. And I know that, it's appreciated that you've all been covering, but I think that the program and our EL students need the attention that hires in these positions would be able to give. So.
Oh, yep. I agree 100%. Having two more people to address our students' needs will be valuable. I noticed in the job description that you've included having them work with parent liaisons and communicate and share information with our community on different topics, creating community partnerships, and also maintaining web pages for curricular resources. So I like that collaboration piece. It's something that our parents and community have asked for and would like more of. So I appreciate you accounting for that in the job descriptions.
Okay. All right, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Before we move on to superintendent's communication, I just want to publicly note that the motion for consent agenda stated that it was the first read for policies, and it is in the agenda, and it is our second read for policies. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that. Sorry, I didn't catch it when it was read. Okay, superintendent's communication, phase 3, strategic plan update. Back to you.
Back to me. I'm actually trying to find my notes for that. Okay, so I'm going to just freestyle here a little bit. Really what I wanted to just share was that at our February 8th Committee of the Whole meeting, we were able to, I got slides. I forgot. We shared. We shared the importance of our strategic plan for improving success, which we have talked about several times and reviewed what our Journey of Excellence framework looks like, as well as spoken really specifically about our priorities. And then what I'm really, really proud about is that underneath each of those priorities, there are very clear strategic objectives. And so we spent time really outlining how each objective has strategies that are attached to that. But what's most important also is looking at those strategies and how we review that work to identify if we're moving towards our intended outcomes, as highlighted by our key indicators. During our Committee of the Whole meeting, we were able to really delve deeply into each priority area. And this is just an example to show that for each objective, there are an outline of strategies, and under each strategy, there are actual specific actions, individuals that are responsible, timelines, as well as progress that are going to be monitored. In that, we've also identified some draft goals that we shared with the board that we're also looking to continue to get feedback and thoughts on, and making sure that our strategies and our strategic indicators align with the strategies that we have at play to really drive us towards specific benchmarks over the next 3 years. As mentioned previously, this information in terms of what our strategic objectives, our strategies, our key indicators and elements that we're going to monitor is now underway by being formulated and utilized in a future strategic dashboard that will be housed on our district website. From the beginning of this process, we identified spring of 2023 as the target date for this dashboard to be made available. And depending on what calendar you're looking at, spring can start as early as March and can go through the end of May. So that therein lies a window, but we are definitely, with this particular administration, we definitely try to underpromise and overdeliver. So we are now currently working on having this dashboard available for our community to access and to review, because there is always so many wheels and gears that's working and going on behind the scenes. And so just to have a way to concisely communicate that, and then share what indicators that we are, just a sample of the indicators that we're looking at to really monitor our progress will be made available as well.
Okay, thanks. All right. Next item is Freedom of Information Act requests.
One FOIA request for specific changes in dress code, not in possession. One FOIA request for certified retiring staff email addresses, granted. One FOIA request for collective bargaining agreements, granted. One FOIA request for directory information, not in possession. And one FOIA request for records regarding News Guard, granted.
Okay, thanks. All right, social media highlights.
Well, it was the end of that video, and to be clear, Carla's out sick today, so I did that, which is why it doesn't look as nice as it does when Carla does it.
Oh, thank you for that.
If you'll recall, last year you approved the, like $27,000 worth of Legos, and you asked us to make sure that they were being used throughout the year, and so that's how they're being used.
One way. Love it. Love it. Thank you. We need those reminders. We need those reminders. That's cool.
Just a one-time purchase.
Yes, that's awesome. That's fantastic. That's right, because it was summer, those summer classes. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. All right, board communications. Anybody have a report or anything to share? Yeah? Yes?
Is it too late? Do it next time? Okay. I'm just going to do a quick, I just wanted to do a brief statement about SASAD. As board members, we often have roles outside of the regular board meetings, and we represent the District 205 board in different settings. So one of those is SASAD, and just so our community, understands what we do here and what these things are. SASAD stands for the School Association for Special Education in DuPage County, and it is a special education cooperative. In Illinois, joint agreements or cooperatives are established by multiple school districts for the purpose of providing comprehensive and cost-effective special education services for students. So SASAD member districts are responsible for providing special education and related services to the majority of students that reside within their boundaries. And in order to add services and facilities that are available to those students, SASAD is there to create, provide, and support different programs and services for all students with disabilities from ages 3 to 22. SASAD offers a wide variety of services, including specialized instructional environments for students with severe disabilities, specialized programs for students who are deaf or visually impaired, a program that serves students with significant mental health challenges, and they have a program that helps older students with disabilities find employment after high school or a transition program, among other things. They can also place highly specialized staff when needed and offer consultative services or professional development for our staff. They currently serve 18-member public school districts here in DuPage County, and they're the third largest cooperative in the state. SASAD has two boards, a governing board and a board of control. I currently serve as the main representative on the board of control, and Karen Stufen is our primary representative on the governing board. I just wanted to give a brief update from the last meeting. Like us, SASAD is undergoing a strategic planning process and completed the phase where they gathered feedback and input from all their stakeholders. And they came up with a new mission and vision and some first draft goals that they shared at the last meeting. So the areas that they're going to focus on are high quality staffing, exemplary programs and services, communications, and operations. And as we did here, they're now going to put some action steps and metrics in place and move forward with the work. I've been impressed with the process that they committed to for such a large organization, and I really do think it'll help to serve the needs of more special education students within DuPage County. So just wanted to give that little overview. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else? Okay, we have 3 upcoming meetings. Please note that the policy committee meeting has been changed to March 13th, 2023, here in District 205, Center at 5:30. And then March 7th, 2023 is a Finance and Operation Committee meeting at 5:30 here in District 205 Center. And March 21st, 2023 is the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock here in District 205 Center. And with that, I would ask for a motion for the board to go back into closed session.
I move that the board move into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Okay.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays. Motion passes. The board will go into closed session. There will be no action taken. We will adjourn when we are finished. Thank you and good night.